The meeting is now live. You can begin on your call, Madam Chair.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the public engagement sessions for the Committee to Define Defunding the Police for the Board of Police Commissioners, Halifax. I'm Elle Jones. I'm the chair of the committee, and I'll also be chairing today's meeting. Before we begin, we want to say that this meeting is taking place on unceded and unsurrendered Mi'kmaq territory governed by the Peace and Friendship Treaties of 1752. And we don't just say that to say it, we say that to acknowledge that policing is an outgrowth of colonization. And we recognize, of course, that Indigenous people have been facing not only policing, but colonial violence throughout their time, experiencing the impacts in this province. So we in particular want to remember that as we move forward today and pay tribute in particular to the many, many Mi'kmaq people who have contributed and continue to contribute to the fight for justice for all of us. I also want to acknowledge that today is Juneteenth, which marks the emancipation of enslaved people in Texas, the last people to be emancipated. So today we also remember the impacts of enslavement and how that is continued in the current day as well. So with those two historical axes today, we move forward in our work together. We're very grateful for everybody joining us, both as speakers and as people that are watching online as well. Just a bit of business, how we're going to move through the day. Just you can keep watching. We're going to have different speakers coming in throughout the day. The words they speak today are their own. We have not as a committee told them what those words will be, and they reflect their own opinions. There are members of the committee present on this call, and more may be joining us throughout the day as people manage their schedules. So people may be coming in and out as members of the committee as well. There are also some members of the Police Commission present. They will not be speaking. They are just here to observe and watch, but they are not here to shape what anybody's saying or to challenge anybody. So everybody can speak freely in this space. And of course, this is a space where people are free to share their opinions. There are some terms of engagement I just want to briefly talk about. Of course, there will be no hate speech here, no personal attacks, no racist language. So if people are verging into that space, you will get a warning, first of all. And then if you continue, obviously, then you'll be removed from the meeting. So just be respectful and be mindful as you move forward. But obviously, other than that, you are free to share your thoughts. I'm going to introduce Lindell Smith, who is the head of the Board of Police Commissioners and the City Council. Lindell will speak briefly just to frame this meeting, and then you'll come back to me, and then we will move to the presentation. So welcome, Lindell. Thank you so much for joining us on a Saturday. And thank you so much to the Board of Police Commissioners for obviously creating this space and making this work. And I also want to thank the city. We have many, many city clerks and other people here providing live captioning, making sure the Zoom runs, providing support. So we're very grateful for the city for providing all this labor on a beautiful Saturday. And Lindell, over to you.
Thanks, Elle. And really quickly, just want to thank the subcommittee for all the work they've been doing behind the scenes to get this engagement today up and going, and all the other work in leading up to this. And maybe Al will talk about it in the future or soon, but even seeing the amount of surveys that have been filled out and how much interest there is in this discussion is great to see. And I know that the members of the subcommittee are committed to the work, and I look forward to seeing the work that comes out of it. And really thank everyone who's attending today on a Saturday when the sun is trying to shine, and it will probably come out later on. So I appreciate it and look forward to everything that's going to be said today, and hope to stick around as long as I can. So thanks, Al team and clerks as well for hanging in today.
Thank you very much, Lindell. Harry, I noticed you came on screen earlier. Harry is a member of the committee. Were you signaling? Was there something you wanted us to also cover?
No, I think we're good. I just wanted to make sure I didn't have anything on my face.
Perfect. Okay. So yes, we have members, so you can introduce yourself. Hi, Harry. We have members of the committee. People will be able to ask questions as well. So you may be meeting people as we go through the day, but Harry has now come on screen. So you've outed yourself as being on the committee, Harry. So hello. And
hi, good morning.
yeah. I'm going to read briefly the terms of engagement. I went over it very quickly, but I am going to read it fully just so that we all know in this space. So we will be using the following rules of engagement for today's public session. Comments that are offensive, rude in tone, or abusive will not be tolerated. And the use of racist comments or hate speech will result in an individual being automatically muted. And we encourage everybody to remember that to avoid making comments that are contrary to the principle of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, to avoid using racist, hateful, sexist, homophobic, slanderous, insulting, or life-threatening language, to avoid making serious, unproven, or inaccurate accusations against individuals or organizations, to avoid aggressive, coarse, violent, obscene, or pornographic comments, and avoid making defamatory or personal attacks. So as I said, there will be a warning. And then obviously, if that speech continues, you will be muted. I'm going to briefly recap some of the work of the committee, and then we will move to the first speakers. I don't want to keep people waiting too long. So in the public engagement piece of this committee, we're very grateful to everybody who has taken time to fill out the surveys and engage in other ways. We have nearly 1,800 surveys that have been filled out from across the city. So thank you everybody for that work. That provides us such a rich data set to work with, so we're very thankful. Of course, you'll be watching the speakers today who will be engaging in this hearing, and there have also been many other various focus groups or conversations or pieces added by members of the committee who have worked hard on their own to bring in their communities, to bring in their perspective, to do the work to make sure many voices are heard across the city. So we're very, very thankful to the work of the committee in also promoting this engagement, and in particular, the many people who have engaged on social media and in other venues. So today marks perhaps the final piece of public engagement, although surveys will be open until June 30th. And we encourage people to continue to look at those surveys, to fill them out, to share them. This piece marks a large part of our public engagement, which is presentations today. If people were not able to attend the hearing, if you're watching today and you have something to say, you can still make submissions. So you can still email the Defund the Police email and submit any written video or other submissions as well. And I think that covers our basic business. So we welcome everybody. Thank you so much for your time, for your efforts, and really thank you to everybody across this city for responding in all the ways that you have and for giving us such a broad range of opinions. We're very, very grateful. Are we ready with our first speakers? Are you ready to go?
Yes.
So perfect. Okay, so if we can you turn on your camera? So, and if you could, perfect. Can you introduce yourselves for the record, just so that we have your names?
The record is, this is a joint presentation from Peggy Smith and Grant Bergman, and I will be presenting today.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Go ahead.
Now, you have a written submission of this today as well from us, and we'd like to say thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Chairman Lindell, and we will continue from there. First of all, I'd like to say why we're here today. We're here today because of an 18-year-old girl and her 9-year-old cousin were going for snacks, and they came across the Floyd incident and filmed it in its entirety. And after they filmed it in its entirety, they uploaded it to Facebook, and the world saw the incident. From that incident, we've had Black Lives Matter and the defunding situation evolve worldwide. And the Halifax Council has allowed us to do a defunding presentation today and an ongoing report. As a result of this 18-year-old girl's filming of the event, she was asked to testify at the trial of the police officer that was charged with murder. And that was quite an event. She was also awarded a Pulitzer Special Prize for journalism for her taking this video. And from there, I'd like to continue. HRM Council, thank you for affording the Defunding Committee the opportunity to address these important issues. I would also like to thank Elle Jones for all of her efforts. It is the council that has the power to make the changes needed to take action and move forward. There is no hope without action, and the council has to realize that the buck stops with them. The HRM cannot put blame on the federal or provincial governments for the problems of HRM. You have more power over your police commission than most other jurisdictions. If it is to be, it is up to you, and the length of time you take to fix these problems is on your shoulders. Council controls the budget, and the budget influences our police. HRM funds the Halifax Police and the RCMP to cover our municipality. You control the HRM police, but you do not control the RCMP. We do not train or set the rules that the RCMP follow. We do not police the RCMP. We do pay them to serve some of our area, and what we get for our money can be improved. The RCMP is not transparent and accountable to HRM. They take our money and spin and avoid the truth on our nickel. To regain public trust, it is time to defund the RCMP in HRM and to expand the HRM police to the full HRM. This will help us take total control of how we train police and how we hold them accountable and what we expect their treatment of the public to be. This is the biggest job council has to do to fix the public perception and regain public trust. The police need policing, and we should not have to depend on videos and witnesses. Just give me a moment, please.
No problem.
Okay, Mike Savage, we would like to thank you, the Premier and the Chief of Police, for standing up recently and saying that an officer's comments and actions were not acceptable. Waving a gun and threatening to kill someone for the fun of it gets you killed by a cop. If a policeman behaves the same way and escalates the situation, what do we call that? Mayor Savage was heard to say that the officer was trained this way. Obviously, we need to retrain those that cannot retrain, and those that cannot be retrained need to be replaced. Chief Kinsella, your comments showed courage, but the police union boss, Sergeant Dean Steinberg, wants a vote of non-confidence on your leadership because you did not have the back of your members. This shows that there is a lot of systematic, unacceptable behavior in the police department. HRM police should have the backs of the people and the laws and not their own backs. The police are not a military, and the people are not the enemy. Maybe we should defund some of the militarization being used against the people. It is time to get back to policing and stop the Rambo attitude. There is no room for racism, sexism, homophobia, or prejudice of any kind in the force. Let's get back to basics and back to treating all people fairly and justly. In order to regain the trust and support of the public, changes have to come from council. There are isms within bureaucracy which also need addressing, and we need to be cognizant of this. It is key that we that the slow wheels of democracy through which the bureaucracy is need to be sped up. Justice delayed and delayed and delayed is justice denied. The whole world has been debating and making changes in policy and in law. You need to do the same quickly. How about new laws requiring de-escalation, limiting the use of force, and banning chokeholds? What about the accountability of officers? We need to look into how quickly they are brought to justice. We need to examine the whole "got your back" syndrome. We need a police force to uphold our laws and to protect the people. Most of us had good experience with dealing with the police. We are concerned here with those who have not. The trust in police has been severely strained. There are major concerns, and with allocation of tax dollars in relation to the police, it is up to the HRM to fix all these issues. It is a big task, but it is your elected responsibility. If not council, then who? Thank you for listening, and I'm open to any questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm going to open to the rest of the committee first. I know we have some committee members that have joined us. Does anybody want to ask a question of Mr. Grant Bergman? Okay, I'm pausing, and please feel free to jump in. I have one question for you. You spoke throughout your presentation of the role of the municipality. I was wondering if you wanted to, and I realize it's not your job to fully create municipal policy, but did you have any ideas on some ways that the HRM, you mentioned some of them, so control over the HRP and not the RCMP, for example. Did you want to give some more examples of how you believe that the city could take responsibility?
Municipalities or provinces have control over the police force, or we also have the federal RCMP, which is accountable to the federal government. We have an autonomous municipality that would be in charge of its own police force here in Halifax. We haven't got total control right now because we employ two different police, and we don't have control over the RCMP. Therefore, I think we should have one police force that we have control over. We have control over their training, we have control over their discipline, and we have, as it's been stated, council is in charge. Nobody else is in charge. The onus stops with council. They have to enforce municipal laws, they have to enforce provincial laws, and they have to enforce federal laws for the people. And they have to do that justly and fairly for everybody. But their job is to enforce the laws, not to interpret the laws and make their own. Now, the only way you can control that is have control over your force and full power, transparency, and accountability. That's how you're going to regain the trust of the people. And the people elect council, and it's their fiduciary responsibility to create a police force that does its job. The definition of a police force is to enact the laws of the people fairly and justly. And we haven't got that now. And the public trust has been lost, especially from Portapique. Portapique has really put a damper on the public's trust in policing. We have no transparency, we have no accountability, and we're paying them money, and we're not getting our money's worth. The taxpayer is being screwed, and we need to get that back on track so that the public has faith in its police force, and the only way it can have faith in its police force is council does its job.
Thank you very much for that very complete answer. Is there anybody else who wants to ask a question before we let this speaker go? And may I ask, without having to reveal your address, are you in an area policed by the HRM or RCMP?
Pardon me?
Sorry, without revealing your address, I certainly don't want you to dox yourself. Are you in an area being policed by HRM or by HRP or RMP?
Lindell's riding. I'm in Lindell's.
Oh.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Does anybody else want to ask any clarifying questions? Okay, thank you very much. I think we have everything. Thank you very much for that presentation. You said that you have made written submissions. Peggy Smith, Ms. Peggy Smith, is there anything you would like to add in the last couple of minutes before we move on?
No.
Okay, thank you to you both.
We'd like to table our document for the record.
Yes, thank you very much. So we do have that submission and we will be including that. So thank you so much for your time and
keep up the good work, man.
Take care. Thank you. Bye. Thank you. Thank you so much. Do we have the next speaker ready, which is Martha Painter? Oh, yes, you are here. Okay. So
and I will be sharing Martha's presentation. I just need screen sharing. There we go.
And I did forget to say this. So if, just so that presenters know, I will be giving you a 1-minute warning when you have hit close to 14 minutes. So it hasn't come up yet, but just so you know, you'll get a verbal warning for time. Okay, are you ready? You can go ahead when you're ready.
Can you see me?
Yes.
Okay, I cannot, so.
And we can see the slides, so we are.
All right, well, thank you very much, Elle, for having me to speak to the committee, and thank you to the committee for their generous work. So I represent Wellness Within, an organization for health and justice, and presenting on behalf of our organization. Next slide, please. Wellness Within began in 2012. Our organization is a registered nonprofit. We work for reproductive justice, decarceration, health equity, and defunding the police, the abolition really of militarization and policing in our society. We support women, gender diverse, and transgender people who have experienced criminalization and are pregnant and parenting. So our core work is doula support for people who are in the prison system and on bail, probation, parole, et cetera, in the community. We work in partnership with community and advocacy organizations across the province. And in the work that we do directly with clients, as well as our education and advocacy and research projects, we have encountered policing harm. So we are committed to a call and to work for defunding, disarming, and dismantling the HRP and the RCMP. Policing in Canada is founded on colonialism, anti-Indigenous racism, control, and we believe that it cannot be reformed, that proposed reforms result in increases in funding to police forces, and that policing in Halifax and across North America has gone beyond what can ever be remedied through any type of accountability structures. We see deaths at the hands of police. We just last year saw the conviction of staff of HRP for the death of Corey Rogers. We see violent arrests of women and children, of women in front of their little children, like what happened to Santina Rao, to Cerise Winter. We see racial profiling. Of course, it goes long before that, but we have been talking about this since the arrest of Kirk Johnson in 1998. This has been a very public conversation with ample evidence from the Wortley Report and beyond. Next slide. We see that policing is not about community safety. It's not about keeping people, the public, safe. It is about the protection of property, the upholding of white supremacy and heteropatriarchy. Over the past couple of decades, the scope of policing has increased dramatically. Of course, along with that, so has investment in policing. And the police are increasingly militarized. We see police responding to what are health issues, mental health distress, substance use disorder, and gender-based violence, right? Adding violence into violent situations. Next slide. We think we need to change how we think about security, what security means. And to us, it means safety from police. We hope that this committee will develop a proposal that is responsive to the needs of this community. The police are trained to use force in their interventions. And they're a very costly, very wasteful, very harmful public service. What we need, what this community needs is housing above all else, and initiatives including spaces for safe use of substances, safe supplies of substances, restorative justice approaches, transformative justice approaches, and healthcare peer support people responding to mental health crises, not to mention care and resources to prevent mental health crises in the first place. We want to address underlying issues. No, it's okay, don't worry. Okay, next slide. We know that one of the solutions that has been proposed in the recent budget, body cameras, put forward, postponed for a year, but nonetheless still a concrete plan, are absolutely not a solution. They are a very poor investment indeed. Ample studies have shown that this technology does not change officer behavior. The presentation just prior described the lethal violence that was filmed, the lethal violence against George Floyd that was filmed by children. The violence still happened, right? It always still happens, and then we see it. And these videos do not help bring justice. The death still happened. What we are proposing is that as we move forward towards defunding completely, towards police abolition, we see policing apply an intersectional gender and race-based lens to identify how practices, current practices, are harmful. And we want to see drastic change that really actually takes funds from policing and puts them somewhere else. Next slide. We have called for years for the Halifax Regional Police to apply a gender lens to arrest. For instance, to not arrest mothers in front of their children, to allow mothers to have childcare arrangements before they are brought to lockup, to prevent breastfeeding people from being held in lockup and denying their children nutrition and potentially causing infection and injury to the breastfeeding person, to not charge people with violations of bail if they are a victim in a domestic violence situation, because they don't always have control over their lives. Have some consciousness of how women, gender diverse and transgender people really experience the world. Seek medical attention for anyone who appears impaired. Do not put them in a spit hood and ignore them until they die. Always ask individuals who are under arrest if they are taking medications and make sure they have access to those medications immediately. And of course, use de-escalation techniques as the primary response instead of threatening to kill people. Next slide. We see that the police have really a complete lack of understanding of the impact of gender in the lives of women, girls, gender diverse and transgender people. Police in Halifax and Nova Scotia ignore violence against women. And as the presentation before this discussed, that blind eye to this kind of violence against women is what allowed the escalation that resulted in the Portapique massacre. Police commit violence against women, right? We see that. Ellen Doyle has come forward with her experiences. We also see that police mishandle charges of sexual violence against women. Carrie Lowe has been working for years for some accountability on that matter. Most of the reforms that are proposed increase investment. We are proposing instead that concrete cuts be made, that council recognize their power and stop failing to acknowledge the power they do have to make things different. Redirect funding to urgently needed services, healthcare, housing, food, safe supply and spaces for substance use, support for people who are experiencing violence. The municipality has an opportunity with this committee's work to reimagine what community safety means in Halifax and to actually support women, girls, gender diverse and transgender people to experience security. Thank you.
Thank you, Martha. I'm going to throw to the other members of the committee first. That's going to be my practice throughout the day. So is there anybody else who's here from the committee who would like to ask a question of Martha Painter?
Martha, thanks so much for your presentation. I just had a really quick question. You kind of touched on it a little bit, but could you just expand on your reference to the housing crisis in Halifax and how it relates to your work and this committee's work in general?
Thank you, Julia. I think it's very well understood that this city, since COVID in particular, is in an extreme housing crisis. This week, we've had announcements that the city is planning on evicting people from the temporary housing solutions that have been created in public spaces, in parks around the city. Sorry, my kids. And for us in our work, we see how poverty is criminalized. Women are the fastest rising population in prisons and jails, and it's because of things like the criminalization of poverty. More women live in poverty. It's because of the criminalization of substance use. Women are using substances because of the trauma of abuse in their lives, gendered abuse. People are living rough because of trauma. So our failure to address health, a health issue, our failure to care about trauma and to provide real and safe remedies has resulted in this spiraling completely out of control. And for the city to say, well, we're just going to take down your little houses, your little homes, it's really just purely shameful. And I deeply hope that will be a priority for the city moving forward.
Thank you, Julia. Thank you, Martha. Is there anybody else? Or Julia, did you want to follow that up?
No, I was just saying thank you.
Okay. Is there anybody else who would like to ask a question? Martha, I have one final question in the last couple of minutes that we have. Many people would argue that the police are needed in order to prevent gender violence. So do you maybe want to address briefly why you think that defunding can be sustained alongside not allowing crimes against women to proliferate?
Yeah, that's always what we hear first, right? As I said, police commit violence against women, not only in situations like the very high profile conviction of Doug Snellgrove for sexual assault in Newfoundland, not only when they're on the job in a case like that, but in their own families. Police families are, the research shows us, they are violent households. So there's that. And then there's the reality that most people are not reporting violence that they experience to the police because they are afraid of what the police will do to them. There are very few women in the world who have not experienced violence. I have experienced violence. And so there isn't a reliance on the police anyway. That's not who people are turning to. People want and receive comfort from their communities. People are not experiencing justice when prosecutions for sexual and domestic violence are occurring, right? That's a re-traumatizing process. Our system is not equipped, it's not designed, and is not successful in actually creating supportive solutions for women who experience violence.
Thank you very much. I think that is the time we have, unless there's anyone who has a quick final question. All right, thank you so much for joining us. And we have your PowerPoint and we can include that in our documents as well. So thank you so much, Martha, for joining us this morning. And thank you. Are we ready with the next presenter?
Hi, yes, I'm ready.
Hello.
Hi, is it okay if I share my screen?
Yes, and can you please introduce yourself just for the record?
Perfect, yeah, my name is Carmel Farahbash, and I'm the Executive Director of the Youth Project.
Thank you very much. And we'll just wait for the screen share. Are we getting, oh, there we go.
Awesome.
You can go ahead when you're ready. Are you good? Okay.
Yeah, perfect. Great. So first, I'll just give an overview of the Youth Project. The Youth Project is a multi-service organization with a provincial mandate to create safer, healthier, and happier spaces for 2S LGBTQIA+ youth. We've been providing community support for over 27 years through an education team, programming team, and support services worker. Our goals are to further the inclusion and wellness of 2S LGBTQIA+ youth under the age of 25, foster networking, knowledge exchange, training, increase access to public services for trans and non-binary youth, and provide social and cultural programs, services, and celebrations for 2S LGBTQIA+ youth and their communities. Our team aims to work from an anti-racist, anti-oppressive, trauma-informed framework which centers youth voice and community leadership. So a lot of the pieces that I'll be speaking to have come directly from the youth that we work with. Of course, their names will remain anonymous, but I wanted to let folks know that a lot of this comes from our direct work with not only our clients, but our youth board. Our main office is in Chipuktuk, located in Mi'kma'ki. We understand Indigenous sovereignty as inherently linked to queer and trans liberation, and this work is a reflection of that clear intersection for us. I also want to specifically talk about pinkwashing and anti-Blackness and anti-Indigeneity, as this feels incredibly relevant to today. So pinkwashing is the appropriation of 2S LGBTQIA+ movements to promote a particular corporate or political agenda and or expression of power. In other words, powerful entities, much like the police, market themselves as gay-friendly to gain favor with progressives while masking aspects that are violent, undemocratic, and violate human rights. So how does this relate to policing? We see throughout the context in like nationally as well as provincially and locally, examples of this. I will draw from two national examples and then specifically speak to this locally in Shuqualtuk. So we see specifically in 2016, the Black Lives Matter chapter in Toronto call for accountability regarding the death of Andrew Loku. And we see the police respond to that ask, not with accountability, but rather with an apology about the bathhouse raids of the 80s. For folks who are not aware, the bathhouse raids were a time where the police violently raided queer and trans spaces, utilizing brutal force and arresting many. While it's incredibly important to acknowledge this violent history of queer and trans realities, it is specifically and intentionally used to distract from the anti-Blackness of ignoring the Black Lives Matter chapter, specifically imploring for police accountability. This tactic is also seen in 2010 during the Olympic Winter Games, when Indigenous land protectors and water protectors implore government, as well as the police, to not put as much money and funding into the Olympic Winter Games as there is a housing crisis and there are not the resources needed within their communities to survive. Instead of listening to this really important imploring, Stephen Harper at the time created Pride House, which is a place where queer and trans people could watch the Olympic Winter Games in safety. So a lot of this information comes from Disrupting Queer Inclusion, Canadian Homonationalisms, and the Politic of Belonging. And so that's where I'm getting that information from. Locally, this looks like many things. It looks like what kind of training is prioritized. It looks like wanting to march in a pride parade in uniform while still participating in street checks. It looks like wanting to access queer and trans training to look culturally competent while ignoring the realities of anti-Black and anti-Indigenous racism. It looks like working specifically with queer and trans organizations as a way to manipulate public perception. This is a huge issue and one that we cannot be silent about, as it directly links to our work. Often the Youth Project and other queer and trans organizations are asked to train the police, and it's really important that it is understood that that is, in my perception, optical, and it's important to understand the ways in which often queer and trans organizations are meant to fill that equity-based gap. But of course, it doesn't account for the reality where, of course, many queer and trans communities also, of course, include racialized folks, include specifically 2S LGBTQIA+, Black and Indigenous people. So of course, these issues are forever inextricably linked. So harm reduction in the youth sector. Specifically relating to the Youth Project, we've had to really think about our policy and procedure. In creating spaces where 2S LGBTQI+ youth feel safe has meant that we've had to rewrite old policies to ensure that the Youth Project does everything possible to maintain a no police presence at the Youth Project. This is due to the safety and well-being of our youth and staff, and something that has specifically been asked for by the clients that we serve. We would love to call on state systems if they supported the wellness and the youth that we support, such as supporting help navigate realities of sexualized violence, be trained in crisis intervention and de-escalation, but unfortunately that state service does not exist. In a recent CBC article about sexualized violence in the Maritimes, March 18th, 2021, we read that sexual assault reports are actually up 28 and 45% since 2014. And nationally, there's been a 50% increase coinciding with the rise of the #MeToo movement. However, the number of people charged has not kept pace with the increase in reports to police. That rate of people charged for reported cases has actually dropped regionally from 38 to 40%. So there is a myth that when we have a upsurgence of reports, specifically relating to sexualized violence, that there will also be a rise in conviction. This is a myth. This is completely false and falsified. specifically when working with queer and trans youth, they understand that reporting is not a safer option for them because they feel, and rightfully so, that they will not be believed and that their cases will not be understood within the legal system that we currently operate within. And that is true. Even through the context of reporting, we still see that this system is not built to support survivors, specifically thinking about the nuances of care provision. So for example, the intersections of queerness, transness, race, class, etc. These numbers do not paint a full picture, of course. What does community safety mean to us as an organization? So when we talk to our youth, they've brought forward incredible and brilliant suggestions that I want to share with you today. Our youth have asked for funded food justice and housing programs and bolstered funding to the community organizations that have already been holding this work and continue to hold this work. They've asked for official and funded trainings for youth in their communities, such as de-escalation training and active listening. So to clarify, this is not for the police, this is for youth themselves to learn how to respond to their peers, which I think is incredibly powerful. They've asked for alternative systems support for youth. Who can they call instead of the police? In the context of mobile crisis, we know that there is police involvement, and we know that sometimes a plainclothes police officer or a police officer in uniform will attend to that mental health support. That is completely unacceptable and a huge barrier to our youth in utilizing that resource. We understand statistically that 2S LGBTQI+ youth are at higher risk of realities of suicide due to, of course, the homophobic and transphobic world that we exist in. It is crucial that there are culturally competent and culturally relevant resources that are offered to these youth as a reality of harm reduction so that they do not feel like they have nothing to utilize when they are in times of need and crisis. It is important to understand that the police have monopolized safety. The police were never meant to respond to mental health crisis, and yet we see the police having a huge hand in the ways in which we understand mental health provision and support locally and nationally, as well as beyond. Youth have also asked for well-funded trauma-informed and harm reductive services for substance users, bolstered funding to community orgs that already hold this work, warm, accessible 24-hour spaces with electricity and Wi-Fi, such as large indoor bus shelters and less hostile architecture. They've asked for 24-hour accessible public washrooms with sharps containers and lighting. They've asked for neighborhood features like crosswalks, better and cheaper public transit options, funding for community rec centers so they can be accessible to all, well-funded trauma-informed and harm reductive services for sex workers and the community organizations who already do this incredible work. They've asked for universal basic income, community lockers where folks can keep their belongings who do not have access to stable housing options. And they've asked for longer-term funding options for grassroots organizations and nonprofits holding the responsibilities of community safety. Of course, our youth are brilliant, and that is demonstrated through their incredible suggestions. Why don't we have these things? Often our youth ask me those questions or ask our staff these questions. And it is because there is an inequitable distribution of community funds and city funds. It is the city's responsibility to reallocate funding to refund our social services sector. And we believe that defunding is part of that plan or should be part of that plan. So the incredible TJ McKay says, defunding the police sounds radical until you realize that we've been defunding education for years. Of course, education is a huge element of our mandate provincially, as well as something that affects our youth every single day when they access our public education system. And our youth are dissatisfied with our public education system. There is a lack of 2S LGBTQI+ representation and a lack of training for staff and administration to create the safest spaces possible. Imagine what our school systems could look like if there was bolstered funding and a prioritization of the importance of education for all. As our youth say brilliantly, defunding means refunding our social services. It doesn't mean funneling more money into reformist policy that doesn't work. Our past two presentations have spoken really well to these realities. I think I would like to touch specifically on body cameras as not a solution and echo Martha's words, where violence is filmed. It doesn't stop the violence. It just allows us to have access to it. And there's a lot of research specifically pertaining to the US, where there has been reformist policy, and those reformist policies, do not shift the realities of violence. For example, the ban of chokehold has been banned, and still we see people experiencing incredible violence and also fatal reality and murder. Our youth have asked for a transition out process. As brilliant as they are, they understand that this is a multiple decades long process. This process has to be careful and intentional. Our incredible youth understand that it doesn't happen in a year or 6 months. It also includes training opportunities for people who will be shifting their work out of the police, as our youth have really brilliantly noted. It also looks like through that process, while we understand it's a multiple decade-long process, it means that there still has to be deep transparency and public accountability throughout that process. Clear goals, clear timelines around what defunding looks, and a strategic plan. This is a global call for action. We see it in a global context, we see it nationally, we see it provincially, and it is deeply time for us to apply that important feedback to the ways in which our city runs. So what should the police focus on in these times of transition? Our youth believe that police should focus on a restriction to violence-based crime. This does not include property crime or sexualized violence. It also could look like community vaccination clinics or distribution of supplies during times of crisis, like bad weather. In 2019, the House of Commons released a report on the health of LGBTQIA2 communities in Canada, stating many things, including that queer and trans youth who have supportive environments allow them to be themselves and thrive, pointing to the direct correlation between harm reduction and fully funded services and supports, and the health and safety of queer and trans youth. So we understand that this is well documented, that if we have access to funded and stable context of community organization, that increases public safety and wellness. And I want to specifically just speak to the political economy of waiting briefly. And so a lot of our youth talk about the feeling of waiting. So waiting for justice, waiting for culturally relevant services, and waiting becomes a part of their identity. There are so many youth that are in limbo, waiting for justice from our legal system, from our court system, waiting to feel protected by the police, which they have said will never happen for them, at least within the context of how the policing system looks now. And it is very upsetting to me that a lot of our youth feel like they are in that process of limbo, in that process of waiting, and in that process of trying to access culturally relevant services for them. And I believe that the realities of wait time, so for example, in the context of trans affirming care, which also without lack of resources can be fatal for those youth, if we had access to fully funded resources, that wait time would decrease. We would have more culturally relevant services that were run for and by the people that need access to public safety. And there could be a redefinition of what public safety looks like in our municipality and beyond.
Break in, you have about 2 more minutes.
That will be all. Thank you so much.
To cut you off, I'm sorry. Are you sure you're finished? Okay, we do have time for questions. I know Dr. Dryden, I believe, had a question and does have to hit another meeting, so I want to leave that open. Are we questions from the panel? She may be running around getting ready. Is there anybody else who would like to? Oh, there you are. Thank you, Dr. Dryden. Go ahead. Sorry.
Thank you so much. I'm so sorry. I'm multitasking. I just really appreciated the how you identified this piece, and I was wondering if you could expand or kind of talk again about the kind of community supports we would need around safety and concern that aren't police, right? Specifically for Black and Indigenous and queer and trans folks of color?
Thank you so much for that question. So there's a few different ways that I see this happening and that our youth see this happening. One way is specifically through mobile mental health crisis that doesn't involve the police. And so we understand wellness checks to be fatal nationally and beyond. And we do not want to hold the responsibility of referring to a service that could cause harm to our youth. Of course, through our referral system, we list everything that is available, but youth talk to each other, and youth let each other know that certain systems are not safe for them to access. Another way that this looks is through training of our youth. Our youth and our communities are powerful and they want to support each other. If we understand that there is the need for teaching young people how to respond to each other, then I think that we can grow really powerful and safe communities. I think for our youth, one of the biggest pieces that they are looking for is an understanding that our community safety models and methods can be community held. They don't have to necessarily involve external systems. What should be happening is a holistic wellness plan where our communities respond and our service providers respond to support that community response. As of course, especially like within the report that the House of Commons gave, each queer community, each trans community is myriad, is different, has diverse needs and realities. And of course, there isn't going to be a cookie cutter service that can adapt and work with each community exactly how they need. That's why we should be following the lead from our communities with our service provision, bolstering that support. Thank you for that question.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Dryden. Do you have another question or are you good? Okay. Is there?
Sorry, no, that was, I could talk about this forever, but I want to give others a chance. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dryden. Is there anybody else who wants to ask a question? We do have a couple of more minutes in this presentation. And Carmel, can we please get that presentation? We really want to make sure we have that wonderful and deep work done by the youth included in this report. So if
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. Any other questions from the committee? You have about one more minute. I know I cut you off. So do you want to just maybe use your last time just to finish the part that you didn't get to finish, and then we can conclude?
Sure. Thank you. And thank you everyone for all of your time. I think the last piece that I was just going to say was that wait times are fatal. And we see that in our community. We see that in the context of service provision through a multifaceted healthcare model. So we understand that through community service provision, as well as medical service provision, et cetera. And we understand that when youth do not feel believed in their relationships, in their realities, in their in their experiences, that also is fatal. And so that is why I'm deeply advocating for a refunding of our social services, which allows for our social service provision to hold a fuller capacity so that there's less wait times, there are more trained professionals to work alongside our youth, and that there are youth-led resources that can respond to their needs that they know best. And I deeply feel like it is crucial to divest from the policing system in order to provide service provision that meets everybody's needs and creates safety for all.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for presenting today, and a special thank you to the youth. I know how much work you all must have done at the Youth Project to provide us with this really vital presentation and information. So thank you so much for your time. And as I said, please make sure we get that presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you. Have a good day. Are we ready with the next presenter? And that should be.
Hi there, how you doing?
Yes, good. Hello, welcome. Do you have a presentation, or you're just you?
Yeah, it's just me. My presentation was well, I'll be honest, I wasn't 100% clear on exactly what I was doing today in terms of.
No problem.
Panel.
I wanted to make sure that we didn't need to wait to bring anything up. No apologies needed. Go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you very much. Well, I'll start with who I am. My name is Dan Schreiber, and my credentials in this regard are somewhat non-specific. Professionally, I'm an RMT, so I'm a registered massage therapist, and I'm an educator. I've taught adult education for the last several years. And just to sort of establish where I'm coming from, as far as subject matter expertise goes, first I'll start with what I am not. I am not a subject matter expert on law enforcement. I don't have law enforcement training. I don't have much in the way of experience with law enforcement. I've been very privileged over the course of my life never to have had to undergo any of the less pleasant aspects of that. I'm also clearly not a firsthand subject matter expert on a lot of the hardships that people of color or our indigenous populations struggle with. You know, this is, again, thanks to my existence, it's not something I've had occasion to deal with. That being said, it is fairly inarguable at this point that these are real and emergent problems that so many of our population are going through. So when it comes to coming up with solutions, I have any number of suggestions that I've had conversations with my family and my friends and my social circles and some experts about. It's not going to be coming from a place of expertise. What I am a subject matter expert on is communication. Working as an educator with adults and working as specifically an instructor, both of anatomy and physiology and all of the stuff that goes into my profession, as well as being a martial arts instructor for the last decade or so of my life, I have had to focus on being able to communicate. And that is where I put a lot of my effort in terms of study and practice. So I want to address this from two perspectives. The first being the stuff I ain't an expert on. I just like to throw out some stuff that I think might help or would be a good place to start. And then I want to talk a little bit about the nature of the conversation and the nature of the way that we're communicating with one another. Because I think so much of the problems, so many of the roadblocks and the hardships that we're encountering in this issue and in any other issue in terms of social justice and equality and everything that we've been struggling with over the last, I don't know, 1,000 years or so, is coming down to how we're communicating. So let me sort of move on to the logistical stuff that I sort of thought of and I've put my brain together with other folks on. And I'm sure a lot of this has probably been brought up already. So if I'm repeating things, I apologize. I'll get this part out of the way relatively quick. So my suggestions, first and foremost, are to decentralize police. Defunding is certainly an issue that we need to talk about and we need to define, but I think decentralization is an issue as well. Basically, when you have a large group of people who have a significant amount of power over other people all in one place, and then you add into that an element of feeling like, you know, oh, we need to stick together as a camaraderie and family and brotherhood and all of that stuff. And then you add defensiveness. What you end up with is, I mean, not to be too sort of cliche about it, but you end up with wall, like the blue wall that people talk about, right? So if you decentralize police, if you don't have precincts, if you don't have all the cops together in one spot at one time, if you have them as an element in other organizations like fire, first responders, social services, etc., then not only do you destroy that power base, but you also sort of by extension eliminate that defensiveness, right? Because you have these folks putting their expertise into the right area, right? So as an example, if you have a social service worker responding to a mental health crisis or a family crisis, and they're the primary responder with perhaps a police officer there to ensure that things stay safe, you don't have the main authority figure in that situation as a guy with a gun. That doesn't help. That doesn't de-escalate. That it does the opposite. That escalates the situation, right? So if police are sort of not beholden, but subordinate to these other organizations, I think that might be a good place to start. I think also more thorough and public/government funded education for police and prospective police officers, okay? So basically educate potential police officers or the already existing cops who stick with the force. Educate them in terms of mental health, in terms of the communities that they're going to be policing, and have it be less of an ignorant situation all around, right? And that way, if we move some of the funding from areas of policing that don't need it or that have been historically overfunded and into education, you don't see as much of a financial drain on the public or on the government. In terms of training, I think there's a few elements, and this is something I do have experience with in terms of martial arts training and teaching. There has to be a higher emphasis on de-escalation, as well as non-lethal and less lethal forms of intervention. If the majority of a police officer's training is, for example, with a gun, then that's what their go-to is going to be, right? As a male, boys with toys is definitely an element for me, right? I'm not a gun person. I don't like guns, but if there's something I put time and training into using, my mind goes to using that in whatever situation it's going to be used in, right? If the only thing I train with to build a house is a hammer and a nail, I'm probably not going to look to pick up a screwdriver, right? So there has to be an emphasis on things other than potentially lethal violent training, right? Police should also be separated into, in my opinion, an armed and an unarmed response division, right? With armed personnel only responding to situations that require armed personnel. If I call the police and I say, oh my God, my house has been broken into, there's stuff everywhere, there's nobody here anymore, why do I need 2 folks with guns showing up to my house? As me, that isn't going to bother me because I don't have a history of being scared of cops with guns. Somebody else probably does, right? Somebody else, if they see 2 armed police officers roll into their living room, looking around everywhere, even if those cops have the best of intentions, that atmosphere is going to cause a problem, right? So if you don't need guns in a situation, if you don't need all of this potential violence, don't have it there. That's how you establish an atmosphere of relaxation and trust that might be necessary. And I think the last thing in this regard that I want to talk about is ample government-funded psychological assessment, counseling, and therapy for police personnel and potential police personnel. There needs to be psychological screening that takes place on a deeper level, I think, than is currently happening, as well as there needs to be a recourse for cops who have been in the line for a while and who see things that most people don't see, right? These are folks who deal with a whole lot of violence, a whole lot of horrible stuff that, the privileged amongst us don't really have to deal with. And that takes a toll. All you have to do is research PTSD to see the numbers on that, right? Commensurate to that, the work week for cops needs to be set lower at a maximum. So what I mean by that is, like, for example, a 40-hour work week maximum with pay commensurate to be able to support their families, right? You shouldn't need to work as a police officer in a dangerous line of work. You shouldn't have to work 60, 80 hours a week in that environment to support your family, right? So ample training, ample pay, ample funding, and psychological sort of care, I think are things that need to happen with cops. On a more societal level, decriminalizing drug use, right? Addiction should not equal incarceration. That is ridiculous. A very close friend of mine works with corrections, and especially through COVID, that was put to the test very on the spot, right? A lot of drug offenses were just sort of told, hey, listen, you don't need to be in a cell. Go home. We'll monitor you. And it worked fine. There wasn't a huge increase in violence or drug-related crime in these communities. This was a good solution, and that should be implemented on a national level. And that's my logistical stuff, and I hope that is helpful, because again, these are areas in which I'm not an expert. Okay, how am I doing for time? Oh my God, I've been yammering a lot. Okay, I will keep this a little bit shorter. So in terms of community, sorry, go ahead.
No, sorry, I was just telling you still had 4 or 5 more minutes.
Okay, Perfect. The communication stuff, and this is the stuff that's actually more important to me. So I wish I hadn't used up so much of my time on the other stuff. So allow me to be clear. I think one of the biggest problems right now is the people who are involved in this conversation are doing this. Okay. If you've heard of like the horseshoe theory, where basically the people on the opposite ends of a horseshoe are actually closer together than they are to the folks in the middle, because the folks over here are all going crazy, right? There needs to be a middle of the road approach. What I mean by this is, if you take as an example the groups of people who are saying, who are like the ACAB folks, right? The acronym All Cops Are Bad, right? That's one end. The abolish the police folks are over here. The folks who are all like, no, policing is fine, there's nothing wrong with it, don't change anything, are all over here. And that's lunacy, because you can see people getting beaten and killed by the cops regularly all over the internet. This is clearly a problem. The answer is somewhere in here. And both of these schools of thought are dangerously wrong and naive. And people need to start re-examining things if they're holding on to those views, in my opinion. Now, as far as communication itself goes, a big part of the problem, in my opinion, is social media and online discourse, as well as there seems to be a bigger element of politicization going on with this conversation. And it needs to be a conversation about what it is, not about scoring political points or anything like that. And on social media, here's the problem. If you're on Twitter, Facebook, whatever social media platform you use, these are platforms that are designed to promote a negative element. They're designed to promote a negative atmosphere, right? If you like something, all you do is click like. If you hate something, you write a post about it, right? So it's more detailed. Further to that, if you look at this, you're only looking at 10 to 15% of human communication, right? If you don't like what I'm saying right now, but if you are only reading it, you'd probably hear it in a super condescending tone, me sounding like a total asshat, right? But if you can see me, if you can hear the tone of my voice, you can probably hear a bit of urgency and a bit of sincerity, I hope. It changes the conversation entirely. This stuff needs to be happening in person or in a format like we're doing now. And it needs to happen on a large scale, town hall meetings, public hearings, where everybody is invited and encouraged to be there. More people need to be involved in what we're doing right now. This is the important stuff, okay? If all you're doing is going on social media and liking or commenting or arguing, you are accomplishing precisely zero other than making it worse. That's it. And beyond that, what needs to happen, and I kind of started this section with this, is a patient, middle of the road, open-minded approach. Don't judge people. Don't be a jackass to people. Listen. Listen to the people who are involved in the situation. The people of color, the indigenous people, the queer folks who are all legitimately afraid of cops, right? And listen to the opinions you don't want to hear. Listen to police officers. Listen to everybody and figure out where the truth lies and then try to deal with it. That's just my 2 cents. And 15 minutes time.
You made it. Thank you very much. Do you have any resources on communication that you might want to forward to us?
You know, I don't actually on hand right now. I was sort of struggling to come up with a lot of this stuff over the course of the week here. I can probably put together some stuff and forward it to you. I just don't have it ready right now.
That's all right. If you want to, go ahead, but please no pressure. You've said it in this conversation. I was just wondering if there was a particular model you were using.
No, not one specifically.
Okay, I know that Harry has a question, so go ahead, Harry.
Thanks so much, Mr. Schreiber, for your presentation. I really appreciate you taking the time on a Saturday to come and speak to the committee. So we heard from an earlier presenter about the role of the city and of the police board. And so I'm wondering, you've talked a lot about the need for greater communication. And
Yep.
So I was wondering if you had any insights or you had any suggestions as to what the role of the city and the police board could be in facilitating that communication.
Off the top of my head, starting with the city, I don't think it would take a lot to organize regular events where you have subject matter experts from both sides of the issue there to present, and kind of like we're doing now, you have it open in a public forum so that people can communicate with those subject matter experts. Like if there's something that I assume or that I don't understand that's incorrect, and again, getting back to social media as sort of propagates, like, you know, ironically, like a virus. If you have an opportunity to put those things to rest by speaking to people who have the education and the training and the experience, then that cuts that off at the knees, right? Then you have a chance to have a more objective sort of idea of what's going on. And that would be very easy for the city to facilitate, I think. We have the space, we have the people, we have Zoom, we have the money. It's all there, right? That's doable. As far as the police go, I think it is the role of the police at this point with this particular issue to say, yes, we will provide you with our personnel to answer your questions. Yes, we will provide you with time and the space to talk. Yes, we will listen to the stuff that we don't want to hear, right? And we'll address that. Because right now there's too much sort of aversion and there's too much dodging of conversation and questions, and that needs to stop, obviously. There needs to be people actually talking about uncomfortable stuff, basically.
Great, thank you so much.
Not at all.
Thank you. Is there anybody else on the committee who wants to ask a question? Otherwise, I have one that I want to. Tari, go ahead.
Hi, thank you so much, Mr. Schreiber, for the time and for your insights. I just wanted to kind of like ask you to expand just a little bit on, you know, when you were mentioning the fact that there's no need for someone to turn up to someone's house armed if what they're dealing with doesn't require arms. And I was just wondering, do you think that there should be different kind of like what's the mechanism for this? I don't want to bias you in your thoughts, but like what would the mechanism be so that one could ascertain between those armed forces or when those are required and when they're not?
Right. Again, this is very theoretical at the moment, so please don't think that anything I'm saying is like, yes, it should be this way all the time. I don't. One suggestion for that would be, you have, like I said, a distinction between armed and unarmed personnel, right? So if the unarmed division of the police, in whatever form that takes, if they're called to a scene that requires what they believe to be an unarmed response, and it changes, then they have immediate access to sort of, unfortunately, escalate that to necessity of an armed response. So if somebody says, oh my God, hey, my house got broken into, and it doesn't turn out to be that way, it turns out there's an armed assailant there, then you can have those people arrive. Now, I totally understand that actually does increase the risk for the unarmed personnel or the less armed personnel who arrive first. I get that. Unfortunately, I think that increase in risk is a bit of a necessity at this point because things have gone too far in the other direction. And historically, if you look at what goes on in Europe, with police forces in Europe, obviously they're not perfect, but you do see less lethal armament on a lot of the cops there. And there is a commensurate decrease in police killings and police violence because they have to rely on non-lethal or less lethal training. So again, if you have those two divisions and one calls the other when it's necessary, I believe you're going to see a significant decrease in what we're seeing. Right? I hope that answers your question.
That does. Thank you.
We are out of time, but very, very briefly, you said you envisioned a shorter work week for officers, specifically in order to reduce mental health impacts on police. Do you envision that meaning that we would need more officers or that other people would take on other roles, which would then allow the load to come off officers?
Potentially both. We may need more better trained, less worked officers, but a lot of the responsibilities, for example, are going to fall on social service personnel, on mental health professionals, on people whose area of expertise maybe supersedes the police in a lot of situations.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all the time we have. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your time. Have a good day.
You too.
Thank you. And we are ready for the next presenter, which I believe is Idego.
think it's Matt David is next.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong schedule. All right. Are we ready with the next presenter?
Hello.
Hello, you are here. Welcome. Good morning.
Thank you.
Do you have a presentation? You're good to go whenever you're ready. You don't have anything to bring on screen?
Nothing to bring on screen. Nope.
Perfect. Go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, well, thanks for allowing me the opportunity to provide input on this endeavor. I want to first start by establishing the proposals and initiatives that the committee has discussed or considered that I'm generally in support of in the interest of establishing some common ground. I support a greater investment in social programs and social services that can contribute to supporting those within the society that are struggling and marginalized, particularly if the support can help reduce instances of criminality and criminalization. I support investigating new approaches to community support, such as sobering centers, and I think the city would benefit from looking at case studies of social initiatives that have been successful in promoting the safety and welfare of the community at large. I also support having a discussion about police reform. Surely any service can be improved. However, I do not believe that defunding the police would promote the safety and security of the community at large, and therefore I do not support it. It's common knowledge that when money and resources are removed from a service, the quality and efficacy of that service often decline. I fail to see how public safety will be improved when the institutions that we rely on to protect public safety is diminished or weakened. I commend the committee for hosting this session and soliciting public opinion and feedback. However, I am left wondering why this forum is taking place now, in the latter parts of the whole process. More specifically, it seems that this would have been more appropriate to distribute a poll or survey, hold a public forum before the process and committee even started, in order to determine if there was even broad public support for defunding the police in the first place. Instead, the public wasn't given an opportunity to weigh in at all, and the city and police board seem to have jumped headfirst into defining a policy that very possibly does not even enjoy the support of the public at large. However, even if we assume that defunding had public support, we still need to do the requisite research to determine if defunding is the best option compared to others, such as not defunding or possibly even increasing the police budget so that police can receive better or more frequent training. I've yet to see the definitive studies or research that demonstrate that defunding is the best option compared to others, and any discussion of other possible courses of action seems to have been ignored. In effect, it appears that the committee has already reached their conclusion, and it seems that they're going to reverse engineer the process of truth finding so that they can tailor the data and research in a way that best represents their desired outcome. I don't think this is how policy should be informed, especially with respect to policies that will impact public safety and security. I'm reminded of what Thomas Sowell has referred to as the vision of the anointed, which is the title of one of his books. Speaking of the anointed, whom Sowell describes as a loose collection of thinking academics, elites, activists, and politicians, he points out that one of the key assumptions of the anointed is that the public is so irrational that the superior wisdom of the anointed must be imposed in order to avert disaster. The central feature of that vision is the preemption of the decision of others. I fear this is what we see taking place before us. So I ask the most basic question: why must we defund the police in the city of Halifax? Committee has provided little justification in their terms of reference other than the fact that it's part of the agenda. In other words, the city is being asked to consider defunding police because it seems to serve the agenda of a small handful of activists that are demanding it. The murder of George Floyd has been elicited in the narrative for why we need to defund. But are the parallels between the Minneapolis police, an entirely different police force, in a different city, in a different country, with a different culture, and the Halifax Regional Police really so similar that we need to follow their lead with respect to defunding? In other words, does the horrible behavior of one officer or even an entire police force in another country justify defunding and potentially crippling our own? That said, if we are going to use the United States as a reference point, we should look at how defunding has worked for cities in the US that have gone down that road. In Minneapolis, the city redirected $8 million from their police budget to mental health teams, violence prevention programs, and other initiatives. They have since seen murders in the city rise by 48% and violent crime rise by 22%. Portland, Oregon reduced their police budget by $16 million and redirected the funds to social programs. Between July 2020 and February 2021, there were 63 reported homicide offenses in Portland, compared to just 17 during the same period just 1 year prior. Portland's mayor has since asked for an additional $2 million in funding to try and curb the uptick in gun violence. Los Angeles, who cut their police spending by over $150 million, has seen a significant spike in violent crime over the past year, and the mayor is now seeking to increase the budget of the LAPD as a result. Seattle cut its police funding by 18%, resulting in a number of police officers leaving the force. Seattle has since seen its murder rate climb to its highest rate in 26 years. Austin, Texas, defunded their police force by eliminating classes to train more officers. This has led to significant officer burnout, resulting in 150 officers leaving the force over the last 18 months. So understaffed is the city that the response time for one shooting was over 16 minutes. New York City cut their police spending by over $1 billion and has also seen a spike in violent crimes. They now plan to increase the police budget for 2022 as a result. It is safe to say that the evidence that we have available from the cities that have tried this defunding experience should give us pause. Turning to the specifics provided by the committee so far, in their terms of reference presentation, they suggest a definition of defunding that reads that the Halifax Police Board of Commissioners adopt a definition of defunding the police that supports a role for policing in HRM that includes police performing police functions, appropriate resources to perform non-police functions, and investment in resources that have been proven to support community risks and promote crime prevention. This is a good definition. I agree with the committee that these are all important goals that the city should pursue. However, I do not know why the committee believes that those goals are only achievable if the funding to support them is taken from the police budget. Nowhere in the terms of reference does the committee provide any explanation as to why an adequately funded police force and better investment in social programs should be mutually exclusive pursuits. Similarly, the committee uses the example of sobering centers as a clear example of what defunding looks like: the disinvestment from reliance on police to deal with social and health issues for which they are not equipped, and instead shifting resources to community services. Again, I ask, why can this only be done by defunding the police? The two services are not mutually exclusive. We can both fund police and sobering centers. Committee makes a leap in logic by assuming this can only be done if funds are taken specifically from the police budget. In closing, I want to highlight a quote from the committee's terms of reference presentation that generally reflects the overall theme of this whole venture, I think. The quote, "We can and should create a world where we all feel safe and we all get what we need to live a life of dignity. And we can start that process by taking the funding that we currently waste on policing and reinvest it in creating the safety and security we all need." This assumes that once money is taken from the police, we will be able to create a world that is peaceful and free of crime. This is a fantasy world, and the real world case studies from the US, the cities that I've discussed, demonstrate this unequivocally. In fact, what happens when you create a security vacuum is that vacuum quickly gets filled by someone or something else. And all too often, that someone or something else is worse than the alternative. We cannot afford to get this wrong. Public safety is not an experiment. The committee speaks much of the communities that are impacted by policing. However, when it comes to public safety, every community is an impacted community. And it may very well be that some communities are affected disproportionately. But this does not mean that defunding the police is the solution that will do the most good for the most people. In fact, there is no guarantee that defunding will even do the most good for the most marginalized communities, considering there's those very communities that are often disproportionately victimized by increases in crime. There are no solutions, there are only trade-offs. As has been highlighted very often, the trade-off for defunding police is a spike in violent crime, streets that are less safe, and more citizens taking measures into their own hands. The safety and security of our city as a whole should not be left to experiment in the service of appeasing a relatively small number of well-platformed activists. I will say it again, and I will close. Public safety is not an experiment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. David. I'm going to throw to the committee. If anybody else wants to ask questions, go ahead.
Mr. David, I'm just going to ask you a quick question of clarification, but I want to thank you first for your presentation and especially your really thoughtful approach that you're commending to the committee, and also the time and effort you took to identify those statistics. You spoke at the beginning and then throughout your presentation about different options for policy reform, and in particular about the need for public engagement to inform those options. So I just wondered if you could speak a little bit about how you could envision that occurring, either specifically as it relates to the police and the Halifax Police Board, or more generally as it relates to the city. So how do you think that the city can facilitate the sort of public engagement that you're calling for in service of developing, evidence-based policy options?
Sure, and thanks very much. I think that a good start would be to have a genuine public forum, one in which the public is involved and the public can all take part in and listen to one another's input. For example, what we have right here, you're getting public input, the committee is, but it's happening in a vacuum and in isolation. As in, once I'm done my speech, I go off and I can't hear what everyone else and other concerned members of the public have to say about this issue. And I think that's important, because even in the 5 minutes that I sat and listened to the gentleman that went before me, he raised some points that I had not considered or not thought of that I would have loved to have been able to hear, and I think would be valuable for other people to hear as well, in order to develop better our approach to this. And I think if we truly want to involve the public, then the public needs to listen to one another, not just the committee listening to the public or vice versa.
Thank you. Is there any other questions? And Mr. David, just so you know, this is available on the YouTube stream, so you are welcome, of course, to watch on the city's YouTube after your presentation.
That's good to know. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Was there another question from the committee? Sorry, I said committee really funny there. Was there another question from the committee for Mr. David?
Yeah, I have a really quick question. I just want to say again, echo everyone else, and thank you for your presentation. You briefly mentioned at the beginning of your presentation methods of policy creation in terms of using expert ideas and to have informed policy. In your view, I just was looking for a little clarification. How would you see collaborative policy creation happening in terms of HRM, but Nova Scotia more broadly?
It's a good question, and I don't know how much I can speak on the province more broadly, but I think that I certainly have no issue with the creation of a subcommittee and doing research. I think that's all important. But as I mentioned, I think we skipped over the most important question. We went right to defining public policy that we don't even know is the best option. And I think that, in my opinion, the subcommittee, while I think that all the members of the subcommittee, from what I've seen and what I've read, all of the members and the communities that are involved deserve a place at the table in this discussion without question. Nevertheless, I think it would have been wise to also involve public safety experts. I think it would have been wise to involve maybe someone or people from the not just the police board, but from the police association, people with experts that are experts on policing, in concert with the rest of the makeup of this committee. I think that it's kind of narrowly focused as it is right now, and would have benefited maybe from a little bit more input from people that have the lived experience of policing on the ground, specifically in Halifax.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? And you do have a couple of minutes left, so I don't know if there's anything else you wanted to say. I don't want to cut your time, so you have a few more minutes. Is there anything else you'd like to respond to or cover?
No, and thank you for that, for giving me that extra couple minutes if they're available. But no, and quite honestly, I think I've got across what I needed to get across, or what I felt like I needed to get across in my presentation, and I thank you for that.
Thank you. And also, you mentioned a number of statistics in your presentation. Would you be willing to submit those to us?
Yeah, sure. I can send you to them via email. I'll flat out, most of them came from very basic searches on CNN, I think CBC, but I have no problem. Sometime after this today, I'll try to compile those and send them via the email link that I've been using to communicate with you.
I don't want to create work for you. We can certainly look for ourselves. I just want to make sure that we are capturing your presentation. You have every opportunity to submit any material that you want, but please don't feel that you have to do that. We can also, of course, we have this transcripted and we can certainly research those ourselves. I just wanted to make sure that you knew that you had the option to submit any materials you would like us to consider.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything else? Anyone else from the committee? And I do want to make sure you get your full time, so you do have a couple of minutes extra if there's anything else. Otherwise, we can let you go, but I don't want you to feel like you're being cut in any way.
I just want to
Nope.
echo exactly.
Sorry, go ahead, Julia. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Go
I
ahead.
just wanted to echo what you said in saying that in terms of anyone watching or anyone presenting, you have until the end of the month to submit anything to the defundhrm@gmail.com email.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you very much for your presentation, and thank you for your challenges as well, giving us some important things to think about. So thank you for taking your time for this. And as I said, if there's anything else you'd like to submit, please feel free. But thank you so much for your time today.
Thanks very much. Have a good day.
Have a good day. Take care. All right. We do have a couple of minutes. Is our next presenter ready? Oh, I'm sorry. Also, can we add back? I think we've lost somebody has been taken away from being a panelist. So if you could add that back. Are we ready on the next presentation?
Yes.
Oh, yes. Okay. Judy Haven. Do you have a screen, a PowerPoint?
I do, that I submitted to you, and I don't know if you can put it up for me. That would be the easiest thing.
I did. Sorry, 1 second. I don't know what happened there. I believe that was forwarded through. We have it. Yes. Perfect.
Yeah, that's great.
Thank you. Whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Okay. And right. And I'll try. I don't know if I can forward, but maybe I could just say, please, new slide, and somebody can put the new slide. That would be great, because I don't have the ability, I don't think. So maybe I can start now. My name's Judy Haven, and I'm a member of Equity Watch here in Halifax, and I'm also a member of Racism Free Transit. Today, could you go back to the first screen, please? Thank you. Today, I'm going to talk to you about hate crimes and hate expression. And this has come up a number of times in both policing and Crown work, and what's going on in the province about hate against identifiable people, whether it's against BIPOC people, against racial minorities, against the disabled. There's a number of crimes that could be considered hate crimes, and how they're handled is what I'd like to talk about today. So I'd like to say that we want to make sure that hateful crimes are now classified as hate crimes. So if I could have the next slide, please. What I'd like to say now is that there's two provisions in the criminal code that you can see on the screen. There's the first sections that in the 318, 319 that say that a hate crime is anything that advocates genocide or incites, promotes hatred. And the second way of going about defining a hate crime is that sometimes it can be taken into consideration when sentencing is pronounced in a court case. Could I have the next slide, please? Now, there's some problems with the criminal code, and I've just enumerated 4 here, as you can see. One thing is that the Crown has to prove that hate crimes are in fact hate crimes beyond a reasonable doubt. And that's a fairly high legal standard, a legal test. The second thing is prosecutions under hate expressions are often challenged by people who seek freedom of information provisions and cite the Charter. And this is a very regular set of affairs. Thirdly, in every province, in order to make something into a hate crime, the Attorney General is required to initiate a prosecution. So it has to go beyond the Crown prosecutors right to the Attorney General. Fourth, the Attorney General, Crowns, and the police are not prepared or informed about how to prosecute hate crimes, so they tend to stay away from it. But what I'd like to say is naming something a hate crime is a political decision. It's not just a decision based on the law of the land. It's rather than a routine police matter, it's been a political decision in this province. And that's why the powers that be don't often want to label something a hate crime. And in the next slide, please, we're going to see all about that. Can I have the next slide? Great, thank you. So these two examples are useful to us. In Windsor, Nova Scotia, some people will remember that in 2010, two brothers burned a large cross on a biracial family's front lawn near Windsor, Nova Scotia. One man was charged under the hate provisions. The Crown in those days made a huge effort to research, survey, and figure out how and get permission to lay a charge of a hate crime, in that case, against one of the young men. The Crown said it was the first time a cross burning had been recognized as a hate crime in Canada. And then if we jump ahead to 2018 in Pictou County, many of us remember that a middle-aged man, 43, he shot, there was no question, he shot a staple gun, a nail gun rather, into a young Black co-worker's back. And there were calls, particularly in the Black and the civil liberties communities, for this to be upgraded to a hate crime because there was some evidence that before the incident, there were hateful names that the white man slung at Shasha Dlamini, but it was resisted and there was no hate crime label attached to this particular crime, though the judge, in pronouncing a relatively light sentence of no jail time, incidentally, did say that it was a racist and abhorrent action that the 43-year-old man did against Dlamini. Could I have the next slide, please? So we know that there are cases where hate provisions should be, but are not invoked. And the one I'd like to talk about today is that of Professor Isaac Saini, a Dalhousie Law School professor who got on the bus with his 6-month-old daughter in a stroller. The daughter was in a stroller on a city bus going towards Scotia Square on Spring Garden Road. As we know from reports in October of 2018, mother and her grown son made comments such as the one I've listed on this slide. There were also comments such as, shut the fuck up, and also, do you want us to really be fucking racist? What they were trying to do is to say that Isaac had no right to be on the bus and to get priority seating, though he was there with a stroller. Another couple that was South Asian also had a child in a stroller, and they also felt victimized and targeted by these comments. As I point out, though Saini fought and said, verbally fought and said, this is not right and it's not fair, it turns out several passengers did speak up on his behalf, and the bus driver kicked off the aggravating mother and son couple and told them not to return to the bus. But unfortunately, they ran ahead of the bus, and by the time the bus stopped at Scotia Square and Isaac Saini and the daughter got out, they were there to harass him. Fortunately, a white woman on the bus also got off the bus at Scotia Square to protect him and to make sure nothing happened. The police did come and they charged the woman, as I said here, with creating a disturbance and criminal harassment. They dropped the uttering threat. She pleaded guilty and got 60 days in a kind of conditional sentence arrangement. But what we should learn about this is that the police never thought and never wanted it to be a hate crime. And Professor Saini asked for them to consider it a hate crime because many people, particularly people of color who get on buses or on public transportation or are in public, are receiving threats and harassment by passersby or other people in the same area. And this is a very scary thing. As we know, one of the things about it is that it was terrorism, a form of terrorism against Professor Saini and the other people of color, frankly, and others on the bus. But also, it shows that his life is worth very little. The Crown prosecuted the case, and of course, there was a minimal conviction with a minimal conditional discharge. But frankly, it shows that our government, the police, and the Crown don't take these racial affronts seriously. Could I have the next slide? Thanks. And that's what I've just said. This is just the second to the last slide here. There was a kind of terrorism against Dr. Saini and his daughter. Racist threats, gestures, expressions happen every day and in public in this city. But the government does not believe this is a problem. As we know, the Attorney General only okayed once in the last several years when these cases have come up, the use of using the criminal code and hate legislation. The Nova Scotia government clearly was not embarrassed enough by the Saini incident, though it was featured for some days in the newspapers and the media. This is why they don't invoke the hate provisions. And the final slide, please. Thank you. These are some of the recommendations that we'd like to see in Racism-Free Transit and, of course, in Equity Watch, which is an organization dedicated to fighting bullying and discrimination in the workplace. Of course, this is a matter of public transit, a matter of being in public. We want those clauses in the criminal code that I enumerated in the first 2 slides to be used in day-to-day, everyday acts of racism against people in our city. We want the police and the Crowns and the Public Prosecution Service to receive better training on how to apply the provisions. This is a must if we seriously want to combat racism in the public sphere in this city. I think that's all I want to say now.
Thank you. Sorry, I had to unmute. Thank you very much. I'm going to, as usual, ask the committee if they have any questions first. Oh, go ahead, Tari. I see you on screen.
Thank you very much for your presentation. One thing I just wanted to, and thank you for obviously taking the time today to present for us. As someone who has also experienced hate crimes within the context of the municipality, I think it's a really helpful perspective to have here. I'm wondering what role you envision the police playing or not playing in adjudicating some of these issues. You mentioned that, you know, the criminal code provisions are not particularly often invoked. I'm wondering, you know, whether you consider there needs to be additional resources to address hate crimes in the city. Like I'm just wondering how that might relate in that way. Thank you very much for your time.
Oh, thanks. Well, I think the problem is the police are uniquely ill-informed. The police, they might say to a person who's being apprehended, we're going to charge you with this or with that, but it's really up to the Crowns to charge the people with an offense. And the Crowns tend to stay away from anything except, in my experience, and my going to court many times, try to stay away from anything that's difficult. What the Crowns are seeking is, I have to say this, an easy victory. So one of the things that they want is they want something that's easy in order for the person to be caught and be reprimanded and be punished. They want to win the case. They know that if they open the question of these laws that I talked to you about earlier, that there will be a bit of a struggle, and they know there could be civil liberties involved, and that confuses people. Because, of course, some organizations might say, well, he has a right to freedom of speech, and, well, it's not that serious, and, well, nothing really happened. Those aren't my views, of course, but there is a free speech component to this. I think there has to be more education, and it has to start from the AG's office, Department of Justice, to the Crowns, first and foremost, because they're the ones that lay the charge. There has to be a workshop or a series of them about these hate laws and why it's important to consider asking the AG to act on them.
And just a follow-up question from me. Do you envision a separate hate crimes unit? Or how would you imagine this being composed? Like, do you see this as a policing role? Do you see this as something that would take place in community?
Well, I'm not sure that the police are equipped at this time for having a hate crimes role. I think the Crowns are equipped, and I think that in the same way as recently in the last couple of years, the Crown prosecution has set up a special group, maybe 2 prosecutors who are looking at occupational health and safety and prosecutions along those lines when serious matters occur in health and safety, people are killed on the job, etc. They now have a prosecution, 2 prosecutors, I think, detailed to that. We could have Crown prosecutors detailed to hate-related issues and to trying to get the ball started. Of course, the community can play a role. If the community could push more, it would be helpful.
Thank you. Are there any other questions in the committee? And just as I said to the previous speaker, you do have a bit of extra time. So I don't know if there's any other time you want to take on anything else. You're okay? Is anyone else from the committee would like to ask a question at this point? Okay, well then, as you do have extra minutes, but if you don't want to use them, then thank you so much for your presentation. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Goodbye for now. Bye-bye.
Dr. Hayden. I'll say right before we get to the next presenter that I just want to remind people obviously you're not going to hear me say this if you're not watching, but people who are engaging through watching on YouTube or in any public forums, if you are watching and have things you want to respond to, public engagement is remaining open until the end of the month. So I mentioned that surveys can still be filled out. People can also submit materials till the end of the month to our email, which is, I always forget, defundhrm@gmail.com. I believe. Somebody correct me if that is wrong. So in terms of some of the important questions around how people engage and whether or not different views can be aired, we do encourage people, as you're watching as well, if you are thinking of responses, critiques, things that you want to share, please, you can send those to the defund email as well so that we can continue engaging through this. Are we ready with our next speaker? Yes, I believe it's Kate McDonald next. Is that correct for the schedule? We are a bit early. Okay, Kate McDonald, if you're ready, we can bring you up now. I see present. I guess we're just waiting for the screen. No, sorry, we've had a change in schedule. Carrie Lowe is on the committee, but she won't be presenting. So it's Kate McDonald is next, in fact. So if we could make Kate the speaker.
We will just need a couple of seconds to reach out. We just are updating our list and we will be in contact with this.
No problem. We will just take a brief pause. And again, we thank everybody who is engaging, whether through presenting or watching. And yet again, I just remind us that people can take all opportunities to engage through doing the survey, through providing a written presentation or a video presentation. And I believe we have Kate available now. Are you ready? Okay, you can go ahead.
Great. Thanks so much, Elle, and everyone else who's spoken and taken the time to be here today as well. Thank you to the committee. As mentioned, my name is Kate McDonald. I do lots of things. You can find me around the city effectively anywhere, but I work at the North Branch Library for Halifax Public Libraries, but I'm not here in that capacity. I'm just here as an African Nova Scotian community member. I wanted to first and foremost say that I'm coming to you from unceded, unsurrendered Mi'kmaq territory, and that we're all treaty people, specifically the Peace and Friendship Treaty of 1752. And also happy Juneteenth. So there's that. I'm not coming through with stats. I'm not coming through with the presentation because we have those things, I think. I think there's lots of research out there to support defunding the police, and it's but just one click away. So like I mentioned, we have the stats, we have the personal accounts, we have the history, we have protests, we have incredible folks like Al Jones leading police through these processes that y'all are pretending you don't need. or that you don't know about. But we've been having these conversations for decades, right? We have the proof that policing isn't really it. It's not keeping lots of people safe. And in fact, that's not even what the structure of policing is supposed to do. In relationship to crime, safety, wellness care, murder, policing is not top at any of those things. We have all the information we need. We just need the city, province, country to support us at a community level to do the work of taking care of each other. Taking away some police budget and investing into community, ancestral, traditional, and appropriate ways of caring for each other and helping each other would change the overall wellness that we're talking about prioritizing within our communities. Community initiatives can be easily funded. Oftentimes there's this like kind of bureaucratic jargon that's like, we can't do that. We can't cut the check for that. We can't fund that. We can't give people money in these ways. That's not true. We cut money and give money all the time. And it's a constant conversation. It's just really reliant on who's saying yes and no and to what. And that there are tons of politicians that are making decisions all day, just not for the priority of the people. At some point, we will be gassed out from screaming that our humanity matters. And folks are going to get impatient and start being more forceful with how we present this information. Generations are becoming less patient and are being told stories with intention in a way to share ancestral and intergenerational knowledge. Can you really truly look at Black and Indigenous children and tell them that they don't get to be safe and that they might die because a cop simply doesn't understand them? And when we wash our hands here in Halifax of police brutality at large, it's very irresponsible. We have a long history of questionable police conduct and police brutality right here. When street checks were banned, there's a moratorium on them last 2 years ago, a couple years ago. We actually saw an increase in police violence, right? We didn't see police violence decrease in any capacity. We're not exempt from these dialogues. It's just as bad here. And you know how I specifically know that? Because whenever I see a video of police brutality, I'm waiting to hear the gunshot, waiting. That's my expectation. I just feel as though we get caught up in the semantics and the logistics of defunding the police. And obviously it's not possible to dissolve policing right now today. That doesn't make a lot of sense. That's not what the defund movement is actually asking for. It's saying $90 million is a lot of money, and we have people sleeping in tents, and we have people that are hungry, and we have people living in deplorable housing statuses, and we also have people living in food deserts. And we could put some money behind education, right? Metro Transit, there's lots of things that need attention in the city, and it's just asserting the fact that $90 million could be shared amongst other community initiatives. And yeah, police don't belong at wellness checks, right? I think that's another piece. And when we say that police protect property, not people, it means if someone breaks into my house, the police will probably be there in a timely fashion. But depending on the neighborhood and depending on who's calling, there's a lot of contributing factors to why police might not show up if I was in trouble, or how if they do show up when I was in trouble, now I'm in trouble, right? With the police. So further, yeah, like I said, we have the stats to support the fact that policing actually isn't as effective as we pretend it is. We've been conditioned to think this way. And I think we need to really examine what we want for future generations and what is required for us all to experience like life that actually prioritizes our care, wellness, and joy, which we were all taught were useless things to think about growing up. So yeah, that's my piece. I know I didn't take all of my time, but I'm very open to questions. I'm very open to further dialogue. So go ahead.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from the committee? Oh, I see Julia has a question. Go ahead.
Hi, Kate. Thank you so much for your presentation. I just have a quick follow-up question. You're talking about wellness checks, and I was just wondering if you could highlight any existing community groups or existing avenues right now within HRM that could aid in eliminating police presence in wellness checks, or any ideas of what you think could be created to kind of step in for those wellness checks?
Beautiful. Thank you so much for asking that question. So Claudette Clayton She is Regis Korchinski-Paquette's mother, and she has had the idea of bringing lawyers along to wellness checks because for her, it feels like you're probably not going to break the law in front of someone who's really well versed in the law. I also know that Chantel Moore's family has created a tree that you can give to first responders that will direct them to people in your immediate circle that you know care for you and can show up for you in a time of crisis. I know there are a few pilot projects specifically in the States that deal with taking calls that are nonviolent. And I can look up the exact organization and their initiative, but I do remember that they took thousands of phone calls off the hands of police. And I think that, yeah, I would be more inclined to call for help if I didn't also know the person that's coming to help me has a weapon and is more likely to interpret me through a lens of racial biases and a myriad of other biases. Yeah, so I think really my overarching answer to that is community has always kept communities safe in overt ways, in covert ways. And I think it's time that we formalize some of these ways and support this work because it's usually done on a volunteer basis. And I think that that's unnecessary when the police are sitting on, I think it is $88.9 million.
Thank you, Kate. Are there any other questions from the committee? Otherwise, I will ask a question and then I suppose we will let you go. I know you have a busy day in front of you. I know you work a lot with African Nova Scotian youth, so I was wondering if you wanted to briefly, if you're ready, if you wanted to present any perspectives from African Nova Scotian youth, what you're hearing back from that sector of the community.
Yeah, interestingly enough, like I'm in the position a lot of times to be talking with youth about policing and safety. So it's also what am I telling them, and what is my responsibility as an elder to them to tell them about policing to keep them safe, which is I can't tell you in good faith to trust police ever. And a lot of times, there's the questions about, well, why are police in school? Well, what makes police bad? And that's community work, right? That's work that I have to then sit there and talk to the kids about. They see a Black person being murdered by the police on TikTok, and I have to explain why that makes any sense. And it doesn't, right? But I'm not the first person to say that. So in this way, also, the educational piece around policing relies on free community labor and emotional labor of predominantly Black women and femmes, right? To have these like really difficult, heartbreaking conversations with youth about how the future is effectively unfair. Yeah, so I think a lot of the questions are, like from young folks circle a lot around why me, why us? And I don't have any good answers because there aren't any, and I say that. And a lot of youth by the age of, like 12, 13 have written the police off, like don't really see a need to engage and already have the community knowledge of the violence that they've perpetrated against our community since their inception. So, yeah.
Thank you. Are there any final questions before we let Ms. McDonald go? Okay. And you have some extra time, so I don't know if there's anything else you want to say. I don't want to cut your time.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of times we do these like big, again, like bureaucratic processes to make Black folks justify the violence against our bodies. But it's like, we know I am the expert because I am Black. And that's what we're talking about, racialized experience within policing, and how I know it's not just, we force Black people to display their accounts of trauma and break it down and sit within these processes. And I heard Carmel speak about waiting. That waiting game is so we get tired, right? These processes are long on purpose, so we become exhausted as community members, as people who receive harm. And I think, yeah, again, when people are speaking from a lived experience of being white and questioning and challenging, it's like, but of course you're not going to see the things that you can't see, that you don't live, right? Just take people's firsthand and lived experience as expertise, and let's keep it pushing, And there are lots of symbolic victories that we'll see coming. We saw with Derek Chauvin, that was a victory, but it's also symbolic, right? Street checks being banned, carding being banned, symbolic. What are we structurally changing so that the same things cannot follow the same patterns? Who are we putting in power and paying to be in power to make these decisions? And usually it's like white men, right? White cis het men making these decisions still and always have been. That's why we've seen only modicums of change. So I just want to bring that to people's attention. The work is communal. It's also personal. There will be failings and missteps, but it's okay to name those. We can learn from them. And I think policing is a fail, and it's okay. And we can say that we can learn from it and create something new. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So if there's no more questions, all right. I think that, yes, we can let you go. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Take care, everyone.
Take care. Thank you for taking your time. So that brings us to the end of the speakers for this morning. We are going to be taking a break, and we'll be coming back at 12:40 with presentations throughout the afternoon. Again, if people want to engage with what they are seeing in these presentations, or still want to keep engaging in the process, you can send an email to defundhrm@gmail.com. I will be saying this throughout the day, so I'm sorry for those who are watching if it's becoming repetitious, but I do want to remind people who are just tuning in that there are many opportunities for public engagement beyond today. So please, you can fill out the survey, you can submit your own video written submission or any other form of, if you want to submit notes, however you want to do that, to defundhrm@gmail.com. And we are taking all submissions to the end of the month. So please feel free to continue engaging in whatever way. And that, of course, is whatever perspective, whatever argument, whatever position you have, all are welcome. So on that note, we thank everybody for your time this morning, and we will be back at 12:40. Thank you very much to our closed captioners who are doing the work of transcribing this so that that is available and accessible to people, to the city staff who is here running our tech, and to the members of the committee. And we will see you in about half an hour. Take care, everybody. And we will see you again this afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. We are back. Thank you so much for your time with us this morning. And now we are moving into the afternoon. I won't take too much time, but just to remind everybody, again, if you are watching on YouTube or otherwise and you want to continue to engage, you can continue to engage with the process until the end of the month. And you can email at defundhrm@gmail.com to submit any submissions that you would like. Before we start the afternoon session, I would just like to remind everybody of the terms of engagement. I'm just going to review them again from this morning. So very briefly, we are using the following rules of engagement. Offensive comments, comments that are rude or abusive in tone will not be tolerated, nor will hate speech or racist speech. So that includes comments that are counter to the principles of the Charter. Avoid using racist, hateful, sexist, homophobic, slanderous, insulting, or life-threatening language. Avoid making allegations or unproven accusations against individuals or organizations. Avoid making aggressive, coarse, violent, obscene, or pornographic comments, and avoid defamation. And just to review the process, we will give you a warning, and then if you continue, we will mute. So just to review that. One final thing, I have an emergency appointment that's come up that I cannot avoid. So I will be leaving at about around 3:20. So Tari Ajadi is going to be taking over chair for that portion of the engagement. So I do apologize. I promise you it is unavoidable. But we will have Tari serving as chair for the rest of that meeting. So do not be concerned. And of course, I will be continuing. I will obviously receive all the transcripts and review all the presentations as well. On that note, we can move to our first presentation of the afternoon, which is Bria and Ashley. And do we have a presentation that we need to pull up?
No.
Okay, perfect.
Just us.
All right, thank you. Go ahead when you're ready. And introduce yourselves, please, for the record.
Sure. Hi, everyone. My name is Ash Avery. I'm the Executive Director of Coverdale. Thank you so much, Elle, and the committee for providing this opportunity to speak today. Coverdale is a nonprofit charitable organization located in Halifax that provides services and supports to women, trans, non-binary, and two-spirit individuals who are involved in the criminal justice system or made to be at risk of involvement. Coverdale began as a community grassroots movement because of church leaders coming together to respond to the criminalization of young girls in the Atlantic provinces. So this was in 1923 when at the only prison for women was in Kingston, Ontario, and increasingly more women and girls from the Atlantic provinces were being arrested and imprisoned on the other side of the country. So as a result, the Interprovincial Home for Girls was launched. It provided housing, no bars or locks on the door, and community-based interventions, including employment support and programming, and it served as an alternative to punishment and to punitive responses. The initiative addressed the root causes that were leading to police interaction at the time, which were poverty, exploitation, gender, and racial inequity. The home was incredibly successful, and we have a ton of historical documentation to demonstrate how well this program worked. It ran for a few decades until it was ultimately defunded by its government funders, and the organization was pushed off of the land that they owned by developers who came in to build a highway. The money from the sale of the house was used to start Coverdale in Halifax. So since the early 1980s, this organization has been serving hundreds of vulnerable and marginalized women and gender diverse folks in the community, and has done this on a shoestring budget of less than $200,000 annually, which has largely been to the efforts of volunteers, so the unpaid labor of women. It is through court support, bail support, programming, and advocacy that Coverdale seeks to prevent criminalization, address the root causes of criminal justice involvement, and help people to connect with the services and supports that they need. This concept, of course, is rooted in restorative philosophies that sees human beings as whole people that are complex and part of a broader community. It also understands that prisons and jails and police are part of a system of punishment, and that punishment does not actually restore relationships or communities. It does not address harm. It causes further harm and trauma and exacerbates the problem. The reason that I share the history of Coverdale really is to illuminate how little has changed across nearly a century, to acknowledge that creative responses and healing responses have existed for as long as crime has, and to draw the parallels between what was happening nearly 100 years ago to what is happening now. land development, evictions, defunding of community-based restorative and transformative initiatives are all issues that any community or grassroots initiative is navigating daily. Coverdale has been defunded and underfunded for nearly 100 years, and our team of trained professionals who are equipped to respond to mental health and addictions crises, who are skilled at working alongside people who are involved in the justice system, who understand the complexities of harm and who meet people where they are at using a harm reduction lens, do not even make a fraction of the average salary of a police officer. They do this work out of an abundance of concern for the inequities that exist in our communities. They show up every single day trying to make a difference, trying to undo the trauma and harm that has been inflicted upon women and gender diverse folks, who have been tremendously failed by every single system in our society. At the beginning of the pandemic, Coverdale joined with two other organizations, eFry Mainland and John Howard, and opened a transitional housing project in 2 Halifax hotels, which was aimed at decarcerating the provincial jail. The pandemic created an imperative policy window which recognized prisons and jails as high risk and dangerous sites for potential infection. And suddenly the release of people from custody became a matter of public health, trumping prior notions of public safety. The crime rates did not increase, even though 41% of the jail population was reduced. This work, again, was phenomenally successful, providing a safe landing spot, wraparound services, health, legal, cultural, income, family, mental health, addictions, you name it, to 55 individuals. That program was eventually defunded. One of the women involved in that program died while in a mental health crisis 1 month later. Her neighbor called mental health mobile crisis twice that night to come and intervene. Her neighbor tried to help her by using the only resource that was available that exists in these situations. And unfortunately, that did not save her life. Her neighbor has now reached out to us on numerous occasions because he wants to see a community health and crisis response team, and he wants to volunteer for such a team. He is a community member that sees solutions and wants to be part of the change. He is a community member that cares about his neighbors, and he is like so many others that are tired of these systemic failures and want to make a difference. This young Indigenous mother had a history of being criminalized. She was experiencing homelessness a few years prior and was residing in a shelter. She was sexually assaulted in that shelter. She went to a public space during the day to seek refuge and sleep somewhere safe where she thought the public perhaps would watch over her and protect her. She carried a fake weapon on her to protect her, and a person in the public saw that weapon and called the police. She was arrested in a very public scene that was televised on the evening news. She was captured and charged. What she needed was safety, was housing, was support, was mental health care, and what she got was public humiliation and punishment. And she was just one of hundreds of thousands of Indigenous women and girls that are criminalized in Canada. They are the most overrepresented population in our justice system. Colonization and government assimilation policies and procedures have contributed to the marginalization of Indigenous people, having a profound and disruptive impact on their health, socioeconomic welfare, access to healthcare services, and culture. Our entire country failed Caitlin and continues to fail women just like her on a daily basis. When she did not need police, they were there, and when she needed police, they were not there. 4 months following her death, Coverdale was able to secure temporary funds to open Caitlin's Place in her memory. Caitlin's Place provides 6 bail beds for women who would otherwise be remanded to jail while they navigate their court matters. Caitlin's Place offers a comprehensive range of interventions and supports that help people to find stability. It prevents the trauma that jail inflicts. It addresses mental health and addictions. And since its opening, it has been full, and the success stories are plentiful and profound once again. It offers an alternative to jail. It prevents unnecessary police interactions, breaches of court orders that typically create an impossible standard to adhere to. So people breach their court orders for not having an address, for stealing food to feed themselves, for missing court because they are sleeping under a bridge or on the old library lawn, for using substances when they have addictions issues. Caitlin's Place works. And unfortunately, when the very temporary funding ends, it will be forced to close. We are contacted by police officers, by Crown attorneys, by lawyers to provide support to people who are in custody. Judges in HRM have sat on the stand and praised the value and importance of projects like this and others, and still none of this praise provides the funding that actually allows it to continue. History will always repeat itself, and without meaningful cultural and systemic change, we are bound to repeat our mistakes. So here we are then, Caitlin's Place, like the interprovincial home for young girls, launched in the early 1900s, is currently facing an eviction because of development, because the building that we are in will soon become a condo in the gentrified North End, housing that is not affordable, because we are pleading with our government to offer sustainable operational funding to continue this work, constantly trying to convince policymakers and politicians of the value and worth of non-government, community-based alternatives that are transformative and actually address harm and support healing. The concept of defunding the police is something that has caused a lot of public confusion. It has perplexed some politicians and policymakers, and it has been the site of debate. But this same frustration and outrage is never present when community organizations and services are defunded, which literally happens daily in our communities. When our systems of punishment are robustly funded, but alternatives and support services are not, it creates an impossibly unfair system that prioritizes harm over healing and ensures the continued oppression of our community's most vulnerable. I thank you once again, Elle. I'm going to hand it over to my colleague, Bria.
Sorry, I'm on mute. Thank you, Ashley. Go ahead, Bria.
Hi, folks. Is everyone able to hear me? I'm not sure.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Hello, everyone. My name is Bria Simons. I am the Cultural Path Coordinator at Coverdale Courtwork Society. I'm newer to the organization, but I'm so blessed and humbled to be in this position. And I'm just so thankful that Ashley and the team has recognized for many years the importance for having someone in this role and the importance of cultural responsive and trauma-informed care. So with my role, I work directly with youth under the Youth Criminal Act, so from ages 12 to 18. However, for myself, being an African Nova Scotian and also a woman that has Mi'kmaq roots, I'm always open and offering support for women, trans, and non-binary folks older than 18 and even younger. So for myself, growing up here in Nova Scotia, one of the biggest lacks that I've always seen is the education system and how the school to prison pipeline has been a major thing impacting our youth and also just people out in society today. My background in social work, I've examined the school to prison pipeline, but also the achievement gap in schools and how many of our Black students and also just our racialized students are not excelling in their studies and why that is happening. Of course, the historical lens that we can get into has been impacting our students for years, and the structures that they're currently in sometimes do not support the reality, and this manifests into society and how defunding can be looked at. Being a youth worker, I always ask my youth, what are things that you want to see from us, or as someone that's working with them? And 9 times out of 10, they always say, we just want more people to listen to us, but also look at the resources that we want to see. And sometimes it doesn't look like sitting in a classroom with educators that don't reflect them and reflect their homes. Sometimes it doesn't look like IPP programs and sending them home with homework to parents that have their own generational trauma that can't help them with their studies. That's a very important thing. And being African Nova Scotian and understanding that the home environment is so important to their reality and how they will succeed in the future is how that needs to be incorporated to an education. And not to say that our education system here hasn't progressed, but there needs to be more work done, especially around racialized students. Because like I said earlier, the realities are not the same as their white counterparts. This also goes to the same with folks that are Indigenous and Aboriginal folks here in Nova Scotia as well. The way that they come together to learn is completely different than the standardized IPB programs and the educational programs. At Coverdale, we do provide supports, programs, and resources for folks in school. So we are able to go into schools and have that more intimate and personal relationship conversations around things that may be happening at the home that don't look like math, science, and physical ed. However, that can be incorporated into those conversations during their time of study. Aside from education, housing is also a big factor for my youth as well. Many youth don't have safe home environments or places to stay. And I know for the African Nova Scotian community and also Indigenous communities, for many years, we've always tried to be the village that raised the child. However, when the village has been impacted by historical events, generational trauma, it's hard to raise children while you're raising yourself as an adult. So I believe that more healing services will be beneficial for also our youth, but also our adults, and that can be incorporated from defunding the police as well. Also an example going back off of what Ashley mentioned earlier in terms of Caitlin's Place, having resources for cultural and trauma-informed practices is very important. Folks at that home will be able to do programming and go into community and learn educational, sorry, my camera is not focusing, but learn educational activities that will educate them, but also provide them with that type of support. A lot of our clients deal with impacts of racism, trauma, and we want to be those folks that open up those doors and provide those services so we can create actual healing. And that's why defunding the police and providing alternatives to police has been looking for us. But also just recognizing the people that are already currently doing this work in the community. One of the biggest slogans that I've always heard while being in community is communities for the people, by the people. And if you want to look at resources and services, you need to go to community to see what community is doing. And though safety is a very important thing, safety can look different for different racialized and marginalized communities. And that's why defunding the police has been something on our radar in terms of bail, also remand, but just services that look and reflect the reality of our clients and the people that are out in community.
Thank you, Bria. And we do have a couple of minutes for questions. So as usual, if anyone from the committee wants to ask a question to Bria or Ashley or both of them. Ashley's back on screen. I thought that was someone else coming on. Bria,
Hi.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, so sorry. So sorry.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I just wanted to thank you both for that really helpful, informative, and powerful presentation, and also thank you very much for taking the time on a Saturday to come and speak with us. My question is very simply, I would love for you to expand on how you would use additional resources to support folks in the community, and like what magnitude of resources are we looking at so that you folks could really do the work that you're doing in such a way that would be accessible, not relying on unpaid labor and things of that nature.
Thank you. That's a great question. So the only thing we've ever asked for is just proper sustained resourcing for the work that we already do. One of the benefits of working in community is that you can work incredibly you can be incredibly responsive, meaning that you can hear what's happening in community and be able to respond to that quickly without, lengthy process. But that, of course, requires proper resourcing. So as with many other nonprofits, the work is always done on a shoestring. It's always piecing together small grants when it's not an effective or sustainable way to fund this sector that really carries a significant load of this work in community. And truly our efforts should not need to go toward writing grants and petitioning government for funding when we have, all of the proof that what we're doing is working and it's effective and it's what our community wants. So our ask would just be that, that places like Caitlin's Place and Holly House at Ephraim are funded permanently and sustainably by the government to allow us to continue to do that work and focus our efforts on actually doing the work as opposed to trying to find the funding and the resources to do it.
Thank you, Bria. Bria, did you want to answer it all?
Yeah, I'm just going to echo what Ashley said, but also in terms around of, again, housing, but mental health and substance use supports as well. In terms of my youth cohorts, mental health is a very important factor, and I see that there's more need for resources around that and how that looks like and what that could look like when you're a racialized person. So I do think housing for sure, and also mental health supports.
Thank you. I am sorry, that is all the time we have for this presentation. So thank you so much, Bria and Ashley, for sharing. And if you would please, if you would like to submit your either spoken or written materials to us, that would be helpful as well. Thank you so much for your time. And we are ready for the next presentation. I see other members of the committee have joined us as well. So welcome this afternoon to, yes, hi Angie, to other members of the committee that are here on this call. Are we ready with the next presentation? Yes, Jacob, sorry, go ahead.
Hello, thank you very much for everyone having me today. Really appreciate the opportunity to speak. My name is Jacob Wilson. I live in Bedford. I'm a member of the Bedford Residents Association, Solidarity Gibraltar Halifax, a number of other organizations. I work as a union organizer. I'm a former shelter worker, and I'm presently a candidate in the upcoming provincial election. I thank the many other speakers today for their contributions, and I trust mine will mirror many of theirs. I especially thank the folks that came immediately before me, to Ashley and Bria and Coverdale, for the work they do and for your comments. I was pretty emotional listening to your remarks, and I imagine I will mirror some of them myself. Well, policing constitutes a significant proportion of the HRM's budget. HRP is $89 million, and the RCMP's contract is $29.4 million. Together, that's about 11% of the overall budget. Meanwhile, housing organizations, community health initiatives like MOSH, the North End Community Health Clinic, and others remain underfunded. And in the year of 2019 to 2020, the Street Navigator program received only $20,000 from the municipality. This is woefully inadequate. To me, it really speaks volumes that while going through the budget, a notable amount of space and resources were divided to initiatives to right past wrongs of policing in Halifax, such as the past, present, and legacy of street checks, and a strategy to address anti-Black racism. Time and time again, the need for reform and the withdrawal of police services have led to increased allocation of resources to policing itself. And it indicates to me that policing is not the benign and neutral answer to social issues in our community that boosters would suggest. In fact, we have half centuries worth of evidence that reforms don't really work, and that it implies an institution that has strayed from its core responsibilities when in fact it is often built on the very things that it is trying to address, and instead reforms just provides a veneer of legitimacy that allows it to continue operation. Much like the social determinants of health, in which factors like food, housing, and general economic insecurity have negative impacts on health and well-being, socioeconomic factors in health often push people into contact with the police and into criminalization. This is only made worse by the frequent use of police as frontline responders to mental health crises or to our neighbors who are struggling with substance abuse issues. Often, it is not the most policed, but the best resourced communities that are safest. Just ask me, I live in Bedford. The underfunding of services in our communities, the precarious housing situations, the crumbling public health infrastructure all lead people into situations which can cause these issues, and likewise push people into contact and conflict with the police. This is seldom a positive experience. Last year, when I lost my previous job, I began working in a homeless shelter. I had my first sustained contact with policing. I'd had some prior to that, of course. Cops came into our schools all through grade school. I'd had some traumatic experiences as a young adult as well, but for the most part, bad experiences with the police were not something that I had to experience. It was definitely while working at the shelter that the veneer of community-based policing came off. As a shelter worker, I was given training to de-escalate situations in our shelter. I was provided naloxone and the training to use it, and given the responsibility of helping to care for our guests. I learned so much during these months that I could easily spend all day talking about it, but I will limit myself to the remainder of my time here. In that shelter, I learned a lot about the needs of our guests, and what they needed was not police intervention. What our guests needed was stable, secure housing, mental health and supported services, healthcare, food, community, opportunity, and for those who use drugs, safe supplies and a safe environment for their use. When police arrived, it was, in fact, invariably a negative experience. As the presenter from Women's Wellness Within mentioned earlier this morning, poverty itself is often the thing that is criminalized. Many of our guests had previously experienced criminalization at the hands of police or had been previously incarcerated. And this trauma informed the reactions of our guests in the shelter to all kinds of situations, both our conduct, the meals that we provided, but for the purposes of this discussion, the reaction to the police. Often, guests retreated from their social relationships with their peers and the creation of community within shelter. They retreated into habits that they were using to cope with their trauma, including substance abuse, including sort of negative social relationships with their peers. And they often became confrontational after the fact, just because the presence of the police triggered them. And police presence was often problematic in and of itself. Staff were repeatedly pressured to break shelter policy and disclose information about guests and their locations, even after explaining our policies to officers. When we moved into a hotel, police would violate our policies and public health orders and enter the shelter and refuse to leave. In a notable instance, an officer refused to wait in the lobby when told by my female coworker, and only removed themselves from what was becoming an escalating situation when I stepped in and asked them to leave and wait in the lobby. And I think we can see why that might be as I sit here on video. It often felt like the shelter staff and community health organizations were the only ones seeking the well-being of our guests. And we were the ones who were under-resourced to deliver them. However, in our community, needs remain entirely unmet. Shelters are only a Band-Aid, and we all know this. When the province cut our funding, which, as was mentioned previously, is often incredibly temporary for community organizations, many of our guests were pushed out onto the street, and sadly, I see too many of them still living and sleeping rough as I walk around town. Recently, a former guest killed another street-involved person, a tragedy which could have been completely avoided had he been able to receive the mental health care that the staff and his community knew that he needed and pushed for him to receive. Instead, he was forced back out onto the street and away from situations that could have helped him to manage his poor mental health. Community organizations like MOSH, North End Community Health Clinic, Mainline, and more point the way to solutions for some of the shelter users. Pun not intended. Clean, safe injection sites, sobering centers, and a public health approach to addictions would drastically reduce the violence and terror that many in this community face, save lives, and encourage people to get the help that they need without stigma. Policing and criminalizing drug use has had a demonstrably negative effect on guests at the shelter. However, when these solutions are considered at all, they're allocated meager grants that often dry up quickly. When they are able to find space and operate at all, they are forced out by not in my backyard sentiments and agitation towards council. We know that these solutions work, and there are myriads of examples globally that point out that a public health rather than a policing approach is the correct one. Defunding the police isn't a new or especially radical idea. It didn't come out of the ether last year. Within living memory, paramedic and ambulance services across North America were the responsibility of police services. And that was a bad idea. We collectively decided that trained medical staff would be better positioned to help our communities. Likewise, police should not be attending to mental health crises. They're not trained for it, and no amount of provisional courses or reforms will help that matter. It should be an entirely separate profession and treated as such, especially as we recognize the urgency of mental health needs in our community. I'll close with this. You can't police yourself out of a housing crisis, just as you can't police yourself out of a cardiac arrest. As the city gears up to evict the occupants of tiny shelters and move for their demolition, we see the futility of carceral approaches to our social ills. These people need housing, not policing. City Council could use vacant properties and employ resources to shelter people, could better fund street navigator services to ensure that these people's housing needs are met, offer better street health supports. Instead, they're offering another Band-Aid hotel option, at least until the tourists arrive, of course. As I said at the start, I'm a union organizer. I think of taxes like dues. Just as union dues are the resources that workers pool together to advocate for improvements at their job and fight for solutions to their issues, our taxes are our collective resources and can be pooled to fund improvements and solutions to the issues which face us, instead of using them to police us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Does anybody from the committee, you guys know the drill by now, does anybody want to ask a question?
Hi, Jacob. I just have a question. Actually, I have a two-part question. First, I was wondering if you could clarify, you said that your budget was recently cut within the past few years. Do you have the numbers of what your funding previously was and what it is now? The second part to the question is, you noted the tragic event that happened where there was two people that you were known of, that one ended up having a violent act towards the other one and ended up killing them. Do you know, or could you walk us through the steps of what are currently available to you right now to try to get someone into a situation where they could get some mental health services or help? What are the actual steps that are offered to you currently?
So the answer to the first question, it was I was a frontline worker and I didn't really have access to budget reports. But I will say that by virtue of answer to your question, the organization it doesn't operate a shelter now. It was a sort of emergency action that was funded through the Affordable Housing Association of Nova Scotia. The shelter was there and now it's not. And many of the folks are not there. So that there is funding that is being provided to that organization, but not under the aegis of any kind of temporary shelter or provisional shelter program. The other part of that I would say is that, broadly speaking, folks that are street involved and need access to services need to either be actively seeking them out or, usually will end up being involuntarily committed. And many folks just are out of Abbey Lane as soon as they're put in. Community-based supports, when they do exist, are pretty are insufficient. I would say the folks at North End Community Health Clinic do fantastic work, and MOSH do fantastic work. The street outreach, street health outreach. Do fantastic work to provide for folks, but it's only a handful of nurses and professionals that needs to handle a massive, massive crisis. So that's all I really have to say for that.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from the committee members? I wanted to follow up a little bit on that final point again. One of course, the main reasons why people object to defunding the police is this idea that the police are precisely needed in circumstances of violent crime. How would you respond to that critique around?
No, I would respond to that to fight crime, what we need isn't really more police. What we need is jobs and income and educational opportunities and arts programs and community centers and mental health resources. Clearly, the thing that is needed for community safety isn't a force which often can be, often escalate situations and act as a last line. The things that, as I sort of used with the health metaphor, you're not going to have a heart attack if, you're significantly less likely to have a heart attack if preventative measures are in place beforehand. And the preventative measures that are in place here are accessible universal public services, the provision of opportunities for folks to receive the care that they need in their communities. And yeah, there are definitely going to remain crises, but those should be attended to by the people in those communities and be led by the people who are most impacted by that. The work that people do in the helping professions can support autonomous and community-led services to meet those individual needs and head off the need for interventions into violence by making sure that people don't feel the recourse to violence by the situation that is there. And of course, there will continue to be crises, but those are things that we can manage collectively far better than bringing, as the sort of saying goes, when all you have is a hammer, every problem looks like a nail, bringing a hammer to issues that certainly don't require it.
Sorry, one more from me if there's nothing else from the committee. Is there anything else from the committee? You mentioned the importance of decriminalization. You mentioned, of course, that is on a federal level, and there is some federal movement through our health minister on that matter. How do you feel that municipality can be part of decriminalization efforts?
I think one of them could be, of course, in our city, we have Halifax Regional Police and we have RCMP. There's some latitude that I've seen in other jurisdictions where councils have given directives to their police services to not intervene as if it's a criminal act. There's sobering centers has been suggested. Of course, public intoxication is a summary offense, but as someone who has been publicly intoxicated, if you get someone to a cab and take them home to sober up with their family, they're not going to get charged with a summary offense. If we sort of take the approach that we create resources to enable people to safely use or safely come down off of use and direct them towards that instead of into the criminal justice system, that is a solution that doesn't involve opening up the criminal code.
Thank you. I don't know if there's any further questions. You have about 2 minutes if there's anything else that you haven't said that you would like to say now.
No, I thank you for the opportunity to speak and for the other amazing presenters I've been watching since this morning. So, definitely lots of wonderful people in our community who are doing great work. So, and you are amongst them. So, thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much for your time, and thank you for giving your Saturday to this presentation. So,
of course,
thank you. Have a good day. Take care. Are we ready with the next presentation? Which I believe is Rob. Yes, okay. Do you have anything to show, or it's just you on screen?
I will have something to show. Is it Angela who's helping you, or
yes,
who's putting up?
Yes, Angela is putting up. The city is working very hard behind the scenes to get all these presentations, everything unmuted. So I think we'll just have a bit of a pause while we bring that up. And thank you for joining.
Well, actually, can I just ask her it's just 2 little video clips during my presentation.
I have them both ready to go right now, Ron.
Okay.
So whatever, if you want to play them both right now or during, it's whatever works better for you.
Julia. Okay. No, I'll just tell you when to play them.
Perfect. Sounds good.
Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you. So,
he's speaking, but can you please introduce yourself just so we have it clear?
Sure. So my name is Ron Renz. I've been a Halifax resident over on Creighton Street for many years. And first I want to thank you all for hosting today's public engagement session as part of the process of finding agreement on what it means to defund the police. So for me, it's a shift in view. So it is defunding policing as we have known it. So you might say it's more a move to refund the police. It's a reallocation of resources based on the goal of serving everyone's needs. So I'm going to present today just some brief information about the compassion course. So too often when we feel annoyed, irritated, angry, or misunderstood, when we're involved in a conflict or perhaps an altercation, someone says, "Call the police," as if to say, let's bring in the force to settle this dispute. Let them do the dirty and difficult work. If they don't do it the way we want or think it should be done, shame on them. I think conflicts occur over what choices we make in how to best serve our own needs. When we can start by recognizing that the needs that we are trying to meet are universal human needs, they are the very life of life itself. We're now moving from a world of domination and attempts to control one another to one of cooperation and collaboration. This very meeting today is an example of that. So keeping the peace is everyone's responsibility. We can invite one another to participate in that work. And to illustrate what I'm speaking about, here are 10 examples of our shared human needs and values. Safety, respect, connection, community, consideration, choice, trust, mutuality, understanding, and the need to matter. So I invite you to think about a time when one of these needs was met for you, or very nearly met for you. Think about where were you, who was there, and what it felt like. And now imagine that each of us long to have these needs satisfied at one time or another. This is our common ground as human beings. So now with that in mind, I'd like you to just listen to these following comments from the video from people who are taking the compassion course. And Julia, that's the clip that ends in KQ. Maybe that's what you have there first. It's the Faces of Compassion. If you'd play that.
Sorry, Julia, is it just me that's only seeing it in flashes?
I see it, but I don't hear it.
I don't hear it, and I'm only seeing, yes, we have no sound is a consensus.
Let me try this. 1 second. Can you hear it now?
Yeah.
Perfect.
In Romania.
Beverly Hills, California.
I live on the island of Guam.
I'm from Perth in Western Australia.
Chaplain with the Department of Correction in Connecticut.
Rajasthan, India.
In Kaduna, in northern Nigeria.
Quite an amazing, life-changing experience, but it's very subtle.
Think of a skill that you learned in your life that you never stopped using.
This way of living transcends politics, it transcends religions, it transcends these belief systems that we often identify ourselves with. And I also want to say it's a component. It's like, even if you find yourself identifying in a particular way, the compassion course doesn't negate that. You know what I mean? It's like it complements who you are. It complements who I am and to where I'm living a better life.
The first thing is that looking at my feelings, I know what's happening to me, and I look at it clearly, and then I think, well, what am I needing right now from this person? And I realized also that they don't need to fulfill my needs, and that was one of the big things I got from Tom Bond. There are many, many ways to fulfill my needs, so I don't need to be dependent on someone else. Doing that was really important to me.
But Tom gives you one concept and then tells his own story. So in his story, you actually understand everything, like what he's trying to say, and then he gives you a practice to do.
Why I started the course was I had this strong urge to connect with my mom in a harmonious way. A lot of times when she speaks with a certain tone or raises her voice, I tend to shut down. Now I can open up and verbalize my feelings, my vulnerability, and also sometimes I can guess what's her need behind her harsh words or raised voice. Maybe she's simply worried about me instead of taking everything so personal.
It helped me to unpack my own self-judgment or judgment of others and realize there's another way.
So you realize that we all have needs that we want to meet. And when you're able to look at people's action from the perspective of need, it is easy for you to connect with them and listen to them and connect with their stories and journey with them, not judgmental.
And the biggest thing I think I've taken away from all of this is just empathy, self-empathy, right? Like the way forward is to cultivate empathy, right? Like I know enough now, like the other day I had an argument with my son and I understood that I couldn't stay in that conversation where I was because I was getting really irritated. I had to go give myself some self-empathy. So I said, no, let's pause. I'm not gonna have this conversation. The old me would have been aggressive and pulled out my parent card and kind of demand whatever conversation was about. So that's new for me.
I would describe the compassion course as sort of a PhD in studying you. And for me, it was a PhD program in studying me.
Dive in and just do it. You have nothing to lose and everything to gain.
So thanks, Julia. So for the last 10 years, for over 10 years, I've been studying and practicing compassionate communication. And the best resource I've found to date is this compassion course developed by Tom Bond of New York City. So I decided to join the public engagement session today to increase awareness of this annual year-long course that begins next week via Zoom. And this year, for the first time, a group of police officers will be working together and have their own discussion group to increase their understanding and use of the principles of nonviolent communication that are the foundation of the compassion course. So, Julia, you can show just the next clip, and then I have a couple more words, and that's it. But here's a short clip about the work they'll be doing.
After 19 years, NYCNBC and the Compassion Course have achieved one of its major goals, introducing the 2021 Dialogue and De-escalation Program for police officers, a comprehensive professional training for police facilitated by retired NYPD detective Anthony Torres and international human rights trainer Verena Lahausen. The program is designed to work in conjunction with the Compassion Course to help officers become highly trained in needs-based dialogue as part of their personal and professional skill set. The program consists of enrollment in the Compassion Course, including a certificate of completion if qualified, and participation in 20 special practice group sessions throughout the year. As part of the program, officers will be trained to stay more centered and effective during conflicts, learn to read people by increasing your emotional intelligence, expedite your understanding of what is motivating those involved in a conflict, use dialogue versus force to create safety in dangerous situations, learn the nonviolent arrest model, and increase trust and cooperation from the community. The program begins June 23rd, 2021. To learn more, visit compassioncourse.org/police training.
Thank you. So I'll keep it simple. I'm offering an example today of one of the many possible strategies to support a shift in view. One action that can help to define defunding the police. So I hope that the Halifax Police Department will commit some professional development resources to support a few officers to participate in this course and to discover and assess the impact of the course on their policing during the coming year. That's the connection I'm making between one of the possibilities for defunding and refunding the police. So thank you so much for your time. If you have any questions, I have a few more minutes, but.
Yes, we do. So as usual, I'm going to throw to the committee first. Is there anybody who has a question on the committee? I'm hearing dogs as well in the background.
It's probably my dog.
I guess I will start. So do you see these strategies as being integrated into police training in general? Like obviously you've given us example of one course, but do you see that as a kind of communication strategy or training that should be implemented?
Yes, I do. I think it's critical to really empower people to have a connection with the people that they're going to have to be interacting with. And I know they do that already, I'm sure, but I really like to see that enhanced. And this is one format that I think we'll see this year how it goes, but I understand it's been really helpful in New York.
So if I'm understanding your structure, you're suggesting that refunding would mean that we're moving resources from less effective areas of policing into more effective areas of policing?
Yes, exactly. And removing from a more punitive, retributive system to one that's more restorative and reparative.
Okay. I just wanted that clarification to make sure I'm not misquoting you in any way. Is there anyone else from the committee who would like to ask a question or get a clarification comment? The dogs want to participate. We do have a few more minutes. I don't know if there's anything else. Perhaps, oh, Tari is on screen. I was just going to ask you if you wanted to give a brief description, rundown of what the elements of the course are so that we can go look at the website. But for those who are perhaps watching, maybe just a quick overview of what we're talking about with communication.
Yeah, just a thumbnail. I mean, it's really based on the principles of nonviolent communication, which really have to do identifying and using your feelings as a way of connecting with these universal human needs. And the list of human needs is never exhaustive, but we can all relate to, if you think about it, that there's something we have in common as human beings, that we're motivated and moved into action by our needs. And understanding those become the basis for empathy for yourself and other, and maybe considering what's going on with them in the moment that may be quite heated, and that you can move to other strategies. And it's our strategies of solving conflict that come in, or our strategies that come into conflict, not our needs. And so in the course, we go through 52 weeks of one lesson each week, comes in the mail, email. And so it's well-paced, very simple, and practices that you can apply each week. And then like the police officers in this case will have 20 sessions throughout the year where they meet together to review the material and practice with one another and bring up real life situations that they're going through, all toward the goal of becoming, as we would say, a little more compassionate in their speech and in their actions by the end of the year.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Ari has one final question for you.
Yeah, I was just wondering if you knew of or had any, like whether other municipalities across the country or police forces across the country have implemented.
I know they're doing it in New York, like if on the clip out of the two instructors, one's a retired police officer in New York, he has implemented it in the Bronx, I believe, in New York. I can't tell you the results from that, but he's one of the faculty for this course. The course itself, as you'll see online, covers the globe, and it's starting up this. I'm just facilitating a discussion group here. I've been doing on Zoom from Halifax this coming week, and I'll start another year of it. So I'm looking forward to, I'm getting people signing up to that already, just for the general public. But that's all. I'm sorry, I can't tell you more specific to your question.
No, thank you. That's very helpful. Are there any other questions from the committee before we let you go? Or anything else you want to say in a couple of minutes?
No, I think that's it. I appreciate, Al, that I had written to you with this idea, and you said, oh, you should come to the public program on the 19th, and I'm so glad I did have this opportunity to get the word out.
Thank you. And so for people who are watching, hopefully, can you give them the address for that course again, in case people are interested in pursuing it, researching it, looking at it, signing up?
Yeah, it's just the Compassion Course, oneword.org.
Okay, thank you very much. I just wanted to make sure people had access to that.
And
resource.
on that homepage, it will also show you the police course this year.
Okay,
I have
thank
a link
you.
for that. Yeah.
Thank you very much. We will access that. So thank you so much for your time.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you.
And take care. Have a good day.
Bye-bye.
Are we ready with our next presentation? I'm sorry, I'm just looking down to see who we are looking for. Catherine Winkler. Is Catherine present? Yes, you are here. Okay, thank you very much. And you don't have a presentation? It's just you? You're on mute. Yes, can we hear you?
Ellen?
Hello, yes, we have you. Perfect.
I can't hear you.
Okay. You can't hear me? For audio, can you hear anything or just not?
I can hear you. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, great. So, hi, Angela. I see Angela and Elle, so I'll say hi. So if I go ahead and start, is that all right?
Yes, you can go ahead.
Would it be all right if I just say slide number such and such and you just say okay? Because I'll be looking at a script. I'd appreciate that prompt. Yes. So thank you very much. Slide number 1. Thank you for offering this precious time slot on this crucial issue. This panel holds the possibility of change, and we are standing at a crossroads, and at this intersection, policing must turn the corner to racial justice. This is the red light of wasted tax dollars. No right turns on the red without the green light of the public input. Your commitment to possibility and intention for change will make this report different from the most, quote, recent in a long list of similar documents governments have not acted on, unquote. This quotation comes from yesterday's article in Maclean's calling for radical RCMP reform, an article calling for reforming the RCMP's, quote, paramilitary structure, do more to tackle systemic racism, beef up oversight, and consider ending the contract policing model that sees Mounties providing service in much of the country. So I applaud your efforts and your presence, and we are in step with a call for challenging business as usual, whether that be within the Halifax RCMP or the Halifax Regional Police, or within the blurry overlap in what is known as an integrated model. My name is Catherine Winkler. I'm a retired teacher, a member of Nova Scotia Voice of Women for Peace and Equal Voice Nova Scotia, an organization that exists to encourage young women to participate in political arenas. I'm a Zen practitioner, a painter, a grandmother of 6, mother of 4. I'm committed to non-violent solutions of conflict, and I am against clear-cutting. I consider myself an abolitionist feminist under construction in understanding problems from a social justice rather than a criminal justice perspective. Slide number 2, please. These are the slides I hope to cover. Slide number 3. So, introduction, where are we coming from? This photo of 1837 commemorating Queen Victoria's colonial rule can be found in the public gardens. And yes, this does relate to policing in 2021. 4 years earlier, Parliament passed a further act to abolish slavery in the British West Indies and Canada, meaning that it was now illegal to buy or own a person. Even so, 1 million people were enslaved and transported throughout the 19th century. Slave owners were compensated by the British government for their loss in 1835. And in fact, the Book of Negroes exists for consideration of this purpose. In 2015, British taxpayers finished paying off the money borrowed to pay the debt to compensate the British slave owners. Not a penny was paid to those who were enslaved and brutalized. In fact, their descendants paid those taxes. These legacies have not been repaired, and the colonial institutions, such as policing, grew out of these roots of racism. The job of the Mounties, quote, effectively was to clear the plains, the prairies of Indigenous people, and to displace Indigenous people, to move them onto reserves, whether they were willing to or not. Isaac Bryan, the director of UCLA's Black Policy Center, points to history. Law enforcement in the South began as slave patrol, a team of vigilantes hired to recapture escaped slaves. Then when slavery was abolished, police enforced Jim Crow laws, even the most minor infractions. Birchtown race riots lasted for 10 days in 1784, and we can still hear their echoes on the wharfs of Sonyaville in 2021. Slide number 4. In every step of the way, our growing understanding of colonization, decolonization, and the histories that nurture our policing policies in the present must be included. On the left is a close-up of Mi'kmaq ancestors in the unceded territory of the public gardens. And on the right is artist Raven Davis's work, Decelebrate Canada 150. I hope you had an opportunity to interact with their installation. Colonial systems, including how we are governed, how we are surveyed, and the concepts of protection are harbored in outdated and toxic systems. So be clear, we have obstacles and ruts of a tired system on the path to change, and we need the will and the commitment of people within the police hierarchy, the political hierarchy, the unions, and the rest of us to work together. This is politics. I am hopeful that politicians will commit to this path, a path that many of you were kneeling on for 9 minutes and 29 seconds. Slide number 5, please. Personal policing moments. We all have our personal histories, and I acknowledge my privilege regarding encounters with police. So I asked myself, what is it in my life and in my experience as a white grandmother that could allow me to begin to understand the anguish that Melanda Dlamini's family lives with every day? How does Santina Rao experience policing now? Allow me a personal digression, sharing 2 encounters of policing in my own life. I won't go into my 2 recent arrests. They were uneventful, and we did talk about clear cutting. My earliest encounter with a police officer was at the age of 5, when our small town Ontario chief, Fred Rogers, came to our home, that of newly arrived immigrants, to share condolences on the death of my 3-year-old sister, Marianne, who died in a car accident in front of our home. I was 5. Years later, in my 30s, when I was once again encountering a family loss and speeding to Hamilton to gather my sister Renata's things from her dormitory, the officer that didn't write me a ticket that day remains in my memory. He had heard of the tragic accident of a van of McMaster students on a ski trip, resulting in paraplegic injuries and 2 deaths. One, a young graduate student, a father of a 1-month-old baby, the other, my second sister Renata, 21 years of age. I am sharing these stories for a couple of reasons. First of all, those police officers expressed compassion that remains with me to this day. Secondly, policing includes a range of situations of suffering, loss, and fear under extreme circumstances, and it is a heavy load for those in the police profession, as well as those on the receiving end of policing in their lives. But most important of all, this intimacy with trauma reignites when I'm watching my grandchildren near roads. It is that moment of anticipated fear that gives me a sliver of understanding of what it is like to live as a mother of a Black son or daughter, or a grandmother of a child of brown, Black, or Indigenous roots, who is feeling that terror on a daily basis. Daily injustices tied to surveillance and ordinary circumstances like shopping, driving a car, going into a store, taking a bus, stopping by the road to watch deer. The damage that has been done by continuing police checks and not demonstrating a willingness publicly to acknowledge systemic racism and to act within the police cannot be clearly measured, but it cannot be denied that public attitudes are shaped. Slide number 6, please. Although this cartoon is self-explanatory, I want to emphasize that we do need to collect race-based data in all institutions to even begin to understand from childhood to adulthood the impact. Slide number 7. Why defund and not reform? Let me sum this up. There's a great graphic on the left. I won't go into all the details, but personal, societal, and familial root causes of crime are on that wheel. Policing does not address these root causes. The litmus test for defunding, not reforming, is the inability to implement the Wortley report regarding police checks. To quote the letter by 622 Canadian doctors on defunding, we cannot police our way out of systemic racism and systemic poverty. Next slide, please. Oh, there's one missing. Can you just zip to, I think this is the old version of the, could you go to the next one, please? I think it's called Cousins in Crime. Yes, here we are. Cousins in Crime. Military culture is organized around the use of force. This remains a central part of policing, and particularly RCMP culture. Members are trained according to military standards and attitudes. Military spending is insatiable and part of the arms industry. This system rests on a chain of command, rank, lack of transparency, and historically returning soldiers backfilled police ranks. Sexism and sexual misconduct is rampant and is a systemic problem. Not a few bad apples. All right, let's go to the next one. Let's see which one we have. Defund the police, defund violence, fund security. Well, actually, this is also self-explanatory. We have the tools, we have the means and the tools. What works? There's good news. We have experts with alternatives and evidence of programs that work and that are willingly shared. Let's go to the next slide. So, shift the money to social service, decriminalize drugs. The third one, prison vacation stays. This was my idea, and I just think that if we're willing to put people in prisons, we should be able to experience that. So, you know, maybe we could have a, I don't know, a council trip for a weekend or something. Anyway, let's go on to the next one. It's more of what works. I think that it's important to realize that there are many, many initiatives, and one of them that I've cited here is the Impact Integrated Mobile Police and Crisis Team in Guelph, where people who are experienced in crisis, mental health issues, addiction-related problems go out as first responders, and we all know that that has been a crisis to have police do wellness checks. They have ended in death. A housing first policy, and I also want to point out the Youth Hubs Integrated Youth Service Network, which is also a Southern Ontario, where I've seen it, but maybe it's available here as well. Again, I'm not the expert, but they're out there. Centers of services are available in communities for 12 to 26-year-olds, and they offer a continuum of services from mental health, employment, addiction. And the last one I have there is fund the arts. We need imagination, and that'll get us through. And next slide, please. And I think I was supposed to speak about the definition, and again, we have experts, and I agree with Dr. Dryden and with Robin Menard. Defund the police means acknowledging that the police do not keep us safe. And I think I didn't have my last slide here, but I'm just going to read it off. This is a young woman who is in a reading group with me, reading the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls report. When I asked her what would she say to this panel, this is what she said. I just wanted to share my thoughts on defunding the police. I believe our security lies in the fight for the rights of all. Our security isn't guaranteed by having police on the streets, but instead when every human is taken care of with a home, food, water, job, and social programs. That's what I believe. So I think listening to that 20-year-old is where I'd like to end. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I know we have some questions from the committee, so jump in, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Ms. Winkler, for your question. For your presentation. It was, obviously very well researched, and we appreciate you taking your time on a Saturday to come and speak to the subcommittee. You spoke about a number of different large-scale reports that have taken place and recommendations coming from those reports. So those included the Wortley report and the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls Call for Justice. I'm wondering if you could say a few words or clarify at all how you think, what sort of accountability structures need to be put in place at a municipal level to ensure that those recommendations and calls for justice are implemented.
Accountability structures? Is that the question? Well, that's an excellent question. And I'd also like to add the poverty report by Dr. Christine Saunier. I think that's really a vital one because it clearly puts housing as the forefront. I think we need to ask the people who are most vulnerable. That's where our accountability lies. We're starting in the wrong place by asking the people who are at the top of the rank and file and hierarchy to, because they're defending their own interests in some cases. Now, that is an overgeneralization, but go to the people, have a citizens council. This is such a wonderful idea that we are here together talking about this issue. And that's the measurement.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you. Does anyone else from the committee want to ask a question? Julia, go ahead.
First of all, thank you so much for your presentation. I wanted to ask you if you're comfortable, obviously you do not have to do this, but if you would send your written script for this presentation, if you did have one, to our defunding hrm@gmail.com email, just because I wouldn't want to misquote you, but I think a lot of the history that you presented and the personal stories are really important. And thank you again for sharing them. I did have a question in relation to your crime prevention slide. In terms of when we talk about public safety, I often think crime prevention is not included in that discourse. Could you talk a little bit about how crime prevention services relate to public safety in general?
Oh, what a great question. Crime prevention services. Well, can I just kind of go from what I see? Is that all right? So where I see where crime, the crime right now that is harming people seems to be at crosswalks, just the immediate one. So, I mean, having a presence of police, take a day off, give them a day off as a gesture to honor this panel and say, take a chair, a lawn chair, and sit at a crossing and get to know your community. That's crime prevention. Crime prevention is not in the anticipation that something will go wrong, but in the building of relationships. And I think that is lacking. Presence at crosswalks where people are there just for even half a day would be really novel. I've seen police in cars. I don't see them outside of a car unless the sirens are blaring and people are staring down the street wondering what's going on with their iPhones. Was that an answer? And yes, you can have my script.
Perfect, thank you.
Angie, I see you on screen. Did you want to ask a question? And one last question from me. We had earlier in the day a presentation from Wellness Within, which suggests the importance of a gender lens in policing. I know, obviously, as a very stalwart member of Voices of Women, I wondered if you wanted to draw out that connection more between gender, peace work, including work against militarization and policing, if you want to only.
I think, Al, I would like to write about that. I think it's such a huge topic, and when you have a police force that is based in misogynist patriarchy and doing harm and militarization, it just flows into that kind of a ancient, fossilized view of what relationships are. It can. So I think that probably there's been progress, but the system itself, you dismantle it with which tools? I think I have to write on that one. Or maybe you could write on that one too.
And also, if you want to submit even unfinished thoughts, that is fine. We're not pressuring you to submit things. Just when we suggest submissions, it's just so that we can make sure that we are accurately engaging with people's ideas. So please don't feel pressure when we ask people to submit. You don't have to create entire books.
No, but you know, I do want to ask you something, because that's a good question. I don't know what the mechanisms are in place to address sexual assault and sexual misconduct, because what's happened in the military is that you go golfing with the people that are looking after the cases. So it's very hard to understand what exactly is going on in policing, although one can predict or imagine that it is an issue.
Thank you. Yes, and we have some also had that mentioned in earlier presentations as well. So we will also take a note of that from you. Is there anything else you'd like to say in the last couple of minutes?
I just really want to thank you, and I want to somehow send wings and make sure that you have the power to make change. But it isn't in my hands, but I stand with you. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak.
Thank you very much. And we are very much admiring your banner, by the way. You've given us our afternoon lift with your banner behind you. So thank you very much. And thank you so much for your time and joining us today. We look forward to receiving the text of your submissions. And thank you very much for taking your time today.
All the best. Bye.
Have a good day. Sorry, I'm just looking down to find the next presentation I'm looking at. Brian LeBlanc, is that correct? We are 4 minutes ahead of time, so I don't know if we need to pause. In this pause, I will yet again, and I'm sorry if this is becoming tedious, but I don't know when people are tuning in, I will remind people that they can continue to engage through to the end of the month, either through the survey, through submitting your own submissions or thoughts. So for example, have you been watching today and maybe that sparks some thoughts? You are welcome to submit those forward to defundhrm@gmail.com. And I see our presenter is here.
Hi.
Go ahead.
How are you?
I'm good.
Awesome. Good afternoon. Hi, thank you for having me. I haven't been watching, so sorry if some of the things I say have been reiterated or anything of that nature.
Before you start, can you introduce yourself? Just so we have your name on the record.
Oh, sure. Yeah, my name is Brian LeBlanc.
Okay, thank you.
I'm calling today from Inverness County. I don't live in HRM. That's I'm assuming a big part of that, but most of what I have to say is from personal experience. I grew up in Montreal the majority of my life, so I've dealt with city and municipal police quite a bit in travel and whatnot. I have no empirical data for what I'm going to say. This is just me talking. So my main point is I believe that the police force is overextended in a variety of calls that they get. I akin it to maybe a construction site where there's a plumber and he's trained to be a plumber, but yet he's doing the electrical work and the architecture and the engineering. He has to wear so many hats. And I don't believe that in their training and education, they have that ability to be that good at so many different things. It took me 4 years to become a geologist just to identify a rock, but yet you can get a badge and a gun after a year or however long it takes to become a police officer, which is fine. I'm not knocking that fact of it takes such and such time to become a police officer, but I don't believe that they should be addressing certain situations and certain calls. While I was in New Zealand, I witnessed my favorite type of police force. They didn't have guns, and the majority of calls from police officers I spoke to are mostly domestic disputes. And when there's a domestic dispute in New Zealand, there's a plane car that arrives. There's two people that show up. They're both social workers. They're not police officers. They don't have bulletproof vests on or tasers or guns or billy bats. They're very unintimidating. And they go to de-escalate the situation. They have the ability and the knowledge to speak to people rather than I don't know how to say it, but like when you get a drunk person, the last person they want to see is a police officer dressed with their bulletproof vest. I don't think that they have the ability to calm a situation without using some form of force or coercion versus you having someone that's actually going to try to talk someone down, try to de-escalate the problem. And if there is a situation where it's getting violent, they have the ability to call in the people with the guns or whatnot. But the main thing was the fact that they didn't have a gun on their hip. Like it just changed my feeling toward police officers. I was more less anxious to talk to them, and it was such a nice a change. My next point comes from a place of privilege. I'm a white man. I understand that I have had certain legs up in my life, and but when I see a police officer, I get anxiety. I'm almost scared that I've done something illegal, although I've never really done anything seriously illegal, mind you. But like, when I see a police officer, I'm almost, did I rob a bank? I'm almost scared to see them. And I don't think that that's the role that they should have. They shouldn't have that feeling. And I'm white. I can't imagine a young person of color when they see a police officer almost in fear for their life, or I just don't. There's one quick video that I saw, and it was a little dude playing basketball in his driveway, his own driveway, and a cop passed by and he hid behind a car. Like, the kid was like 8. I almost cried. Like, to have that type of to instill that type of feeling in children is just, it's just crazy. Why? Yeah, anyway, I believe basically, I just don't know why they have to be so intimidating, why they have to be, have that stance. And I think it's from that overextendedness of their job. They're spread so thin that I believe that they come into the police force and they're probably very happy and go that we're gonna change things, but then they realize how thin they'll be spread. Anyway, I don't have much else to say. I just wanted to mention that in terms of the defunding, I don't think defunding is a proper term. It's redistribution of the funding that police officers get. I think it's a very important job, but I believe that there should be different factions within the police force. There should be people that are, if there's a call, someone discerns which part of the police force we're going to send. Are we going to send a social worker? Are we going to send a psychologist? Are we going to send the boys with the guns? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know why we have to keep sending the same dudes to put band-aids on things that they have no training. You know, people go to school for 10 years to become a social worker. A 19-year-old at a police academy does not know how to de-escalate a situation. I'm 35. I barely know how to do that. So I don't know how they can assume that higher levels of training, de-escalation practice, I'd just be less intimidating. I don't get this whole look at my bulletproof vest. I'm wearing this tactical military gear. I don't. You're supposed to be a public servant. You're not supposed to be this really a force that people are scared of. I don't get it. Anyway, that's all I have to say. I have nothing else to say.
Thank you. I'm going to throw open to committee. Tari has a question already, so go ahead.
Awesome.
Hi, thank you so much for your helpful and really, really helpful presentation. And I appreciate you taking the time on this Saturday to talk with us. Apologies if I stumble over my words.
That's fine.
So my question was pertaining to your experience that you mentioned in New Zealand. You mentioned that like you were there and you said that those officers were ideal for you in the way that they went about things. And you said that it was in part because they didn't have a gun on their hip. Were there other features of how those officers kind of navigated in what you experienced that you thought were helpful? I'm just curious to know why you felt comfortable there versus here.
Terry, to be honest, I spoke to 2 police officers while I was in New Zealand, and both of them were in a social setting. They were just walking down the street, and I don't know why. It was just the simple fact that they didn't have this like implement of death on their hip. I just felt more comfortable chatting with these people, and it seemed like there was a better relationship between the public and the police force there. It didn't seem as polarized as here. And the main thing was having the plainclothes social workers. It just made so much sense when I saw it. It just made so much sense in terms of de-escalating things. What person that's in a domestic dispute who is probably inebriated would want to see a cop? Nobody wants to see a cop. Nobody really likes them. You know what I mean? Like it was. Anyway, I hope that answers your question.
No, it does. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank
Cheers,
you.
Terry. Thank you.
I believe Harry has a follow-up, so go ahead, Harry.
Mr. LeBlanc, thank you again for taking the time this afternoon to come and speak to the subcommittee. Really appreciate you sharing your perspective and your experience. And I know in your presentation, and Tari talked about this already, you were talking about your experience in different places as well, interacting with the police. So you talked about New Zealand. So I wondered if you just had any insights or perspective on how you thought the police here could go about kind of best identifying and integrating kind of like best practices from other places into how they operate. So whether in terms of training or their policies, like what do you think is a good? So these models are out there. How do we get them so that we can adopt them here?
That's a good point, Harry. There was one of my points I forgot to mention, but it was almost like we need some form of reparation from the police force, some form of program in which they can kind of meld with the normal people again. It seems like they're just disconnected from us. I don't know what the solution would be other than social work and programs in which that we can kind of have open discussions with them that's for someone else should answer that question. Someone with a little bit more maybe education on that. But that would be a huge issue, is trying to fix the problem, and I don't have that answer because Christ, man, I'm white. Like I don't know how to say it. Like they don't have to say sorry to me, right?
So what I'm hearing.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Cheers, Harry.
Summarize your comments. Is you're talking about the importance of police truly being embedded in communities. So community policing is actually responsive to. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
You believe that police should be embedded in the communities in which they are policing?
Well, if you're not, you're polarized from the community immediately. There's no connection there. I think it's important.
Thank you. No, that's perfect. I think Julia had a question as well. Go ahead, Julia.
All right. I'm just going to echo everyone and saying thank you so much for coming out on a Saturday and taking the time to speak and share your opinions and perspectives. We all really appreciate it. I just wanted to ask a clarification question or an expansion question. You mentioned the term defunding the police, and obviously this is about defunding, and you mentioned your own contentions with the term defund. Could you just explain, if you feel comfortable, your own observations about that term and some alternatives that you could see rather than the term defund?
Well, logically, defunding the police force is going to be a lot harder than it seems. You know, taking money away from the police force politically is tough. So basically, a redistribution of the funding. Stop buying your right gear. And Guysborough County's got a freaking tank, like a crowd control tank. Like, are you serious? The funding is going to things that aren't addressing any problems. But if you redistributed it in terms of getting different factions within the police force, have a social work wing, have a psychologist on staff, and just changing the way that people that the police force addresses calls. You can't put a band-aid on everything. We gotta fix things.
Thank you very much.
Does that make sense? I hope
Yes,
that makes sense.
perfect. I want to make sure that Angie, Carrie, and Jen, if you want to ask a question to the speaker, that you have a chance. You know, you can jump in anytime, but I know sometimes we're moving quickly. So just let us know at any point if you want to ask a question. But I think we are good. So is there anything else that you would like to say? You do have a couple minutes more time if you would like.
No, I'm fine. I'll let you guys get on with it. I just want to say thank you for putting your time in on this on a Saturday. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much for presenting and for sharing.
All right.
Have a good
Take care,
afternoon.
guys.
You get to
You
be
too.
outside of it. Thank you.
Cheers.
We do have a bit of time before our next presenters. I believe some people are going to take a quick biological break. While we're waiting for our next speaker, without certainly weighing in on the presentations, I think I can say that we're seeing a number of themes developing through these presentations. So that is very helpful. Just seeing certain words come up again, certain experiences. So we are obviously throughout this process, you can see that we're all taking notes and making sure we're registering this. We also, of course, will have the transcript and any materials. So just to reassure or remind everybody that everything that is submitted to us, we will take into consideration. We do not have one particular viewpoint that will be elevated over others. Dissenting viewpoints are certainly welcome and necessary in this process. So please feel free to submit those. I believe we're going to take a quick 5-minute break so people have a chance to shake themselves out, I don't know, get a drink or something, and we will be back in 5 minutes to resume with presentations. Good afternoon. We are back. That was a little bit of a longer break than anticipated. So we hope everybody is still with us and you got a chance to stretch out or drink something, or as I do, briefly run around your living room. I believe our next speaker is ready. I know we're changing the order a little. Dr. Jamie Kennedy, are you available? Are you ready to speak? Yes, you are present. Thank you. Livingston, sorry, I always call you Kennedy. I'm sorry. Dr. Jamie, because I know a Jamie Kennedy. I'm so sorry. Let me wipe that from the record. Dr. Jamie Livingston, of course. Oh, sorry about that. Do you have a presentation?
I don't. I just have some things to say.
Perfect. Thank you. So whenever you are ready, and again, my apologies. Can you introduce yourself properly, not my garbled introduction?
I sure can. Thanks very much for giving me time to speak this afternoon. And I thank the committee for its admirable work. I listened to this morning's presentations, and I want to thank others for sharing their insights and expertise as well. So my name's Dr. Jamie Livingston. I'm Associate Professor of Criminology at St. Mary's University, and I've been teaching and studying about issues at the intersection of the mental health, substance use, and criminal justice systems for over 20 years, including leading the first study in Canada to examine how people with mental illnesses perceive and experience their interactions with the police. And I also do various work around the city with people who have lived experiences of mental illnesses, as well as criminal justice involvement. So I view the application of criminal justice processes and resources to address mental health and substance use needs as a form of structural stigma that produces, reproduces, and exacerbates injustice and inequity. And I'd like to take the time that I have with you this afternoon to talk about the serious problem facing people with mental health crisis in Halifax. And that pertains to the absence of a mobile crisis response option that doesn't involve the police. So when someone living in Halifax experiences a mental health crisis, or their loved one calls for help either through 911 or the mental health crisis line, and that person requires someone to come to them to offer help and support, the mental health mobile crisis team is dispatched. So the mental health mobile crisis team uses a co-response model in which a police officer is paired with a mental health practitioner to respond to crisis situations in the Halifax area. It has existed in our city for over a decade, and which means that police officers in our city have for a long time been the central component to our mental health crisis response system. And it doesn't need to be this way. Having police involved in all mental health mobile crisis calls and not offering non-police involved options to people experiencing mental distress in our community carries a number of significant issues. And I'd like to focus on a few of these issues. The first issue is that such a model is outdated and no longer aligned with best practices. It's now recommended that a mental health mobile crisis response system only involve the police when a level of danger or criminal activity warrants their involvement. So contemporary mental health crisis response systems should be actively working towards minimizing interactions between people with mental health issues and the police. Our current model in Halifax facilitates these interactions without knowing whether it's actually working for people who have mental health needs. Co-response models are better than police-only response models for achieving a narrow range of objectives, but there's good reason to believe that non-police involved response models are better suited for achieving a broader range of objectives for over-policed and underserved communities. The second issue is that police-involved crisis response models don't work for people who've had previous negative interactions with the police or belong to communities that have had long histories of mistreatment by and fatal interactions with the police. We know that this disproportionately involves people who are Black, Indigenous, and belong to other racialized groups. It also involves or includes people living in poverty, people who are homeless, immigrants, people who use drugs, people who are involved in sex work, and those who with active or previous criminal justice involvement. Such people may be fearful or mistrusting of the police and less likely to call for help if the police are involved. And if they do call for help, they're more likely to experience adverse interactions. The third issue is that our leaders and decision makers have been tolerating systemic deficiencies and ignoring effective options that exist without police involvement. These options are more trauma-informed, more culturally appropriate, more supportive and therapeutic, more safe, less likely to escalate into violence, less coercive, less stigmatizing, and more effective. Non-police involved models respond to a mental health crisis as a health problem, not as a policing problem. They depend on trained peer support workers and mental health practitioners, not police officers. These models have existed for decades, like Cahoots in Eugene, Oregon, that's been around for over 30 years, or crisis resolution teams in England, that's been around for many, many years as well. Other models have been around for a few months or few years, like the civilian-led crisis response models being implemented in Toronto and New York City. They are led by and grounded in the community, which contributes towards achieving broader social goals, like reducing systemic racism, colonial violence, and the stigma associated with mental health issues. Given these and many other issues, I believe that the majority of crisis calls in Halifax can and should be diverted to non-police involved teams, ideally led by trained peer support workers, since health professionals possess coercive powers that can replicate police-like approaches. The police-involved mental health mobile crisis team should be reserved for use in very rare situations, consistent with recommendations for effective mental health crisis response systems. The Cahoots program that I mentioned in Eugene, Oregon, as I said, have been doing this for 3 decades. They've diverted tens of thousands of calls away from police. Over 99% of these diverted calls were handled without needing any police involvement, and none of them resulted in any harm or injury to people involved. I've spent my time talking about mental health crises, but I'd also recommend developing non-police involved response options for wellness checks, as many of your speakers have already mentioned, overdose calls, and other types of emergency assistant calls with a social or health needs component. We know from research that a substantial proportion of people are reluctant to call 911 to seek emergency medical services due to their worry about the police responding. Our current system exacerbates treatment delays and health inequities for such people, making non-police involved emergency response options available to people who are experiencing or witnessing a drug overdose is especially urgent in the context of our increasingly toxic drug supply and the growing number of people dying from illicit drug poisonings. Both the Halifax Regional Council and the Halifax Board of Police Commissioners have roles to play in establishing mental health crisis response options that are accessible to everyone who live in Halifax when they're at their most vulnerable and regardless of their views towards or experiences with the police. Earlier this year, Toronto's City Council voted to establish 4 mobile crisis teams that will respond to mental health calls in Toronto without involving the police. A conservative estimate is that if these teams are sufficiently resourced, 2/3 of Toronto's mental health crisis calls can be diverted away from police and handled by these teams that have the appropriate skills, training, and connections to offer effective help and support to people who are in mental health distress. Healthcare systems and governments at every level, including at the municipal level, must actively address the deficits that have created our current reality in which police have become default responses to people seeking help for acute and chronic mental health, substance use, and social needs. I focus my comments on mobile crisis response, but effective mental health crisis response systems often also work to prevent crisis from happening in the first place by building upstream capacity to attend to the social determinants of health, including housing, income security, education and employment, high quality community mental health and substance use services, which not only are the determinants of health, but they're also the social determinants of crime. As well, effective crisis response systems must ensure that people's needs are properly supported in the community after a crisis has occurred to prevent those people from experiencing subsequent crises. And that's all that I have prepared. Do I have a little bit more time, Elle? Or?
Yes, you have some more time. You have time for questions and then perhaps a little more time to finish. So
sure, great, thanks.
And can we please have your written materials submitted to us?
I'll send those as well.
And
yeah.
Not to be too much of a burden, but if you can possibly provide some of the studies that you cited as well, that'd be very helpful.
Absolutely.
Okay, are there any questions from the committee?
Dr. Livingston, you talked a little bit about the importance of having peer support workers respond to mental health crisis calls and other sorts of crisis calls, given the concern about healthcare professionals kind of replicating some of the negative consequences associated with the police. So I was wondering if you could just speak a little bit more about that, kind of clarify that for the committee.
Sure. So an effective way for dealing with mental health crisis includes involving peer support workers who have lived experience that's shared with people that they're responding to. And this is done in order to reduce the power differentials between the people who are providing and receiving services. And it's part of an evidence-based mental health system and substance use system so that peers are engaging with and helping support people who are in distress and have needs that need to be met. And one of the reasons is because of histories, colonial histories, and systemic racism that's baked into medical systems. And often these systems are involved in coercive practices involving involuntary forms of care, like mental health care, for example, that create mistrust and fear among people who receive services. Often healthcare practitioners, including social workers, are involved in other things that are very distressing to people, including child custody and child apprehension, that often make these service providers concerning to people receiving care as well. So new progressive and evidence-based models recognize the importance of peer support in responding to people's needs in ways that don't carry that power dynamic that health professionals carry when they attend to these calls. So the problem that's identified is often replacing police with medical staff is seen to be very problematic from many people's standpoint, and that's why there's the ask for peer-led models for crisis response.
Thank you. Are there any other? Sorry, go ahead, Harry. Oh, you said thank you very much. Sorry, we have a bit of a sound wash. Tari, did you have a question?
Hi, Dr. Livingston. Thanks so much for agreeing to present here and for your insights. My question was just to clarify, you mentioned a term, the social determinants of crime, but just for the committee, I was just wondering if you could kind of like develop on that a little bit, if that's okay.
Sure. So, I mean, the social determinants of crime are very similar to the social determinants in health. So what causes crime is socially and structurally rooted in inequities often. And that's in relation to housing, income, employment, education, and all of those things that can create better or worse health also contribute to whether or not people's pathways involve crime. And so if you address those social determinants of crime, it's well suited in relation to seeing reductions of crime. So societies that have more social equity and where the social welfare system is really well developed, you see less crime and violence. And it's no accident that that's the case.
Thank you. You also have clinical experience, just to clarify, right?
Well, I've worked most of my life in mental health systems. I'm a criminologist by training, But much of my work is in relation to working in hospitals and forensic psychiatric hospitals and with people who have lived experience.
Thank you very much. Are there any final questions from the committee? And also thank you for shifting your time and coming in for your presentation a bit earlier. We really appreciate that flexibility. Thank you so much for giving us your time today.
Thank you.
And we look forward to your materials and your really very helpful studies. So
Thanks.
thank you very much. Take care. So I'm sorry to the city now. We're going to do a little bit of juggling of schedule, but Jen Powley is going to speak next. So then we might need a couple of seconds to make sure that screen is able to come up. Is that all right? And just give me a signal when we are able to do that. Oh, here we go. Okay, so Jen, you should be able to come on screen now. Can we test that? Yes, we are hearing. Yes, we can see you. You're just not pinned right now, but we can see you. I believe when you start speaking, we'll be able to have you present. So go ahead whenever you are ready.
The government of Nova Scotia promised to make the province accessible by 2030. My name is Polly. I am a member of the Built Environment Standards Development Committee and also on the Compliance and Enforcement Committee. A lot of great work is being done, but it has revealed how much still needs to be accomplished. I'm speaking to you as a member of the Emergency Services Subcommittee. The police are very compassionate to people with visible physical disabilities. I know I have gotten out of a few tickets that the person who is driving my wheelchair accessible van might have earned. When the police officer sees me in my power wheelchair sitting next to the driver, they changed the ticket to a warning. I am lucky that my disability is very visibly apparent. If the province has committed to being accessible by 2030, shouldn't that also apply to the police force? I think the police fall short when it comes to people with communication disorders, deaf and hard of hearing, people on the autism spectrum, neurodivergent, and people with mental health concerns. These disabilities are not immediately apparent. In the case of Ijaz Chowdhury, shot and killed by police in Toronto, as well as the case of Regis Kwakinski-Pake, people died as part of wellness checks they were receiving. Those are extreme examples, but they happened. How is it helpful to have people with yellow stripes on their pants charging into your home and ordering you to behave in certain ways? How does this behavior by police help the officers to understand and empathize with the people they are supposed to serve? About Canada, a 2016 UN Committee on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights report expressed concern that persons with psychosocial and intellectual disabilities continue to be placed in care institutions due to a lack of adequate housing for them. It is also concerned by the increased rate of incarceration of these persons and the excessive use of solitary confinement. This links law enforcement with the housing and poverty crisis that we have been failing to address for years. These are closely related. People who get racialized and also have disabilities, and also aren't rich, are mistreated many times over by the institutions that are supposed to serve them. We need to rethink the way in which the police force operates as part of the way we serve all the people. I also want to say that if we claim that our police exist to enforce the law, then the law that we enforce, and the way we enforce it, needs to respect the peace and friendship treaties. Otherwise, we are only enforcing laws that help and respect some people, and not laws that help and respect all of us. It's not just wheelchair ramps we need to make our province accessible. We also need to make our laws and the way we enforce them accessible to all types of people. Thanks to Elle and Terry and the rest of the committee for hosting this opportunity.
Sorry, I'm muted. I was going to say, thank you very much, Jen. And are you willing to take questions?
Sure, Jim says.
So thank you. In a couple of previous presentations, we had mentioning of the need for a gender lens. Do you believe that the police, just going off of what you said about disability, is more than accessibility, is more than just providing wheelchair ramps? Do you believe that the police need to have some kind of formal framework or policy in order to govern how they deal with people with disabilities?
Yes. It is. What happens to what happens to the what happened to death it happens what happens to the what happens to the deaf and dumb? No. Enable. Sorry. Can you spell it? I think that's a great idea. Sorry, I'm having trouble understanding.
Am I understanding that you in particular are raising questions about, for example, people with hearing difficulties, people from the deaf community that, for example, may not hear orders from the police? For example, am I hearing that as well?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And we've certainly had cases where people have simply been unable to follow or miss orders as a result of disability and have ended up with consequences. So thank you for raising that issue. Is there anything else within thinking about a disability lens for police? Is there anything else we should be aware of?
That different disabilities need different things.
Mm-hmm. And sorry, last question, sorry to be a questioner. Do you believe that these policies must be developed with the community of the many people with disabilities?
How would the police know? How would the police know what to do? Without the community? How would the police know what to do without the community?
Perfect. And I'm going to extrapolate that to CERT as well and assume that we also believe that we need far more community input from people with disabilities into policing across the board.
Yes, and I think of Nova Scotia. They're going to be accessible, or then let's see it.
So in other words, we need action on the accessibility policies that already exist, but are not being appropriately implemented. Is that correct?
Or are being developed as we speak.
Okay. Thank you. Does anybody else from the committee want to ask a question for Jen? Sorry, my hair's in my face. I don't mean to keep touching my face. It's just I like lean down to take notes and then I come back up and I look like Cousin It. Any other questions from the committee? Okay, thank you, Jen. And I believe that Campbell is also available to speak in this slot. This is our changing things around a bit slot. Thank you so much, Jen, for jumping in and giving us that presentation. And can we also get, well, we have it on transcript, but if you could submit the oral for that, that would be great as well. Campbell, are you ready by any chance?
Yes, I'm ready. I will say I don't have something 100% prepared, but I did want to share some thoughts just related to my profession. Yeah, and some perspectives of the folks I work with around policing.
Can you introduce yourself and then go ahead?
Yes, my name is Campbell McClintock. I am a shelter worker at the Out of the Cold shelter. And I also have a relationship with a number of folks living in the crisis shelters in and around the city. And I guess what I want to share is just sort of my perception of quite an adversarial relationship between police and folks who are homeless. So over the past couple of weeks, we've heard word from occupants of the crisis shelters that police have been approaching them to communicate that if they do not leave the shelters within the next couple of weeks, they actually aren't being given a choice. They're being offered a hotel room and they're being informed that there's a plan for their shelters to be removed. So police have been tasked with messaging this from the city. However, the city has not spoken publicly about it or provided any clarity around the exact plan. So obviously there's a lot of concern if police are going around enforcing an uncertain decision about removing people from what is essentially their property and their home. And then I would also like to share from some conversations working at the Out of the Cold shelter, people's perceptions of policing and experiences of policing. In general, there appears to be a theme of when there are police interactions, the police tend to be looking for suspicious or criminal activity, which sort of doubles the vulnerability experience for folks. So when they're living in precarious situations, what they essentially need in their life in general is support from the public resources that are available. So folks have voiced that if there were money to be taken away from HRP, they would prefer it to go towards housing support because there's a very clear need for it. And it's sort of making their experience of life so much harder that they're going about their lives. And then they have to worry about any time they see a police car that they're going to be given a hard time. And there are things people say about like having a 10 o'clock curfew. Believe it or not, people experiencing homelessness still have curfews. So people get picked up and put in jail overnight for being out after curfew, even if they don't have a home. That's about all I want to share, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yes, thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? And I will say that this is a theme that has been flagged throughout the day by many speakers, so I just draw our attention to that for everybody. I'm just waiting to see if committee members before I jump in. Okay, I do have a question. Have you seen, I wondered if you could expand a bit upon models that you see working not only for addressing homelessness, but because we often think the only solution to addressing homelessness is to house people, but while people are unhoused, are there other solutions that have been built, peer-based solutions for safety while people are are not in housing for whatever reasons it may be?
I think there's some very simple adjustments to the basic approach of policing in HRM that would be beneficial to this population. I think one of the most challenging things that happens is that when a vulnerable person is approached by a police officer, very rarely are they asked questions about whatever might be going on, or engaged in a sincere way where that person might have the opportunity to share their side of the story or talk about what's going on. They're very they're criminalized almost from a distance. So I feel like the simple practice of police officers asking more questions, I don't know how there could be accountability of that, but I don't know, walking around even like with water bottles or supplies, socks, supplies that people might need, serving the public in that kind of way, instead of looking to pick people up and perhaps lock them up, offer whatever supports they might need to keep going about their day.
One last question from me, since the committee doesn't have questions. We know that particularly when it comes to people who are living without housing, a lot of the stigma comes from the public and businesses, not only from policing, and policing is often called in, and this has been mentioned before, that when people feel uncomfortable, they call the police. So do you believe that they might, other than addressing police, what might we want to address in HRM in order to create safer spaces for people who are living houseless, so that people or businesses or community members are not wanting to call the police in the first place?
I think it's possible that there could be designated police liaisons who could develop relationships with folks who frequent or live in or are sleeping in certain areas. In my experience at the shelter, there's like certain police officers who are familiar with certain folks who are homeless. But if it was designated upon the police to focus on building relationships with those folks, I don't know if that means like collaborating with a social work case manager or something like that, but focusing on that kind of approach, focusing on relationships and just like humanizing interactions, I think that would be a great improvement from what we've been seeing now. Another thing I'd like to add, sort of unrelated, is just in my experience at the shelter, it's very common for police to feel like they can come onto our property, they can park their cars in front of our property, and that they've even tried to come in the front door without direct permission, which is not legal without them having a warrant for the building. And we know that this is something that police officers expect, because at other shelters in town that aren't out of the cold, there is more of a collaborative relationship with police that allows them to come into the building and perhaps pick somebody up who might not even be doing anything. So yeah, just want to flag that I personally feel that it's unethical that police would take it upon themselves to walk into a property in search of somebody when there's not anything of immediate concern or danger.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. And thank you for taking the time to present. We know it's an extremely busy time, obviously, right now. So we extra appreciate the time that you're putting in to give us this information while you're also dealing with crisis situations. So,
absolutely. Thank you so much for organizing this effort and holding such great space for us to have these important conversations.
Thank you so much for sharing and for your time. Thank you. And thank you from the committee. I believe we're moving on to the next speaker. So that is Erin O'Coin. And whenever you, oh, I'm seeing you. Yes, okay, I'm just not, go ahead. Once you speak, you'll be on the space and I will see you. So whenever you're ready, you have a presentation?
Yeah, could I share it? Perfect. Okay. Okay, so I'm Erin O'Coin and I use she, her programs. And before I start, I'd just like to acknowledge that I'm speaking to you today from unceded Mi'kmaq territory. So thank you to the committee for allowing me to speak today. And I'd also like to thank any of the previous speakers who might still be listening. I'm really appreciative of all the on the ground community work that goes on in the city. And it's clear that everyone speaking today does a lot of that. So I'm glad to see that. Can we go to the next slide? There we go. Great. Okay. So the way that our society is set up today is so that we react to crime with punishment, but we do very little to prevent crime. An earlier speaker said that he felt that public safety would suffer if defunding the police went forward. I would argue that it is clear that policing does not actually serve as an effective deterrent to crime because our city is currently extensively policing its citizens and crime still occurs. No one wants to commit crime, but many people are forced to because we have failed them as a society. The key to reducing crime is not through the work of the police department. A lot of the talk about reforming police services focus on changing the culture of the police department and attitudes of police officers. This is also not enough. The system cannot be fixed by putting on a couple of classes or asking officers to attend a course. We need to consider that social services and social safety nets that help our most vulnerable are essential to creating a better, safer community for everybody. So reducing poverty is the absolute #1 thing that needs to be done to reduce crime. Every study on the subject has shown that socioeconomic status is the #1 factor correlated to crime. Eliminating poverty is a huge task that will require a multifaceted approach. And I'll go over a few of these approaches that I think we should implement along with defunding the police in order to reduce crime, but also to help those in need. Homelessness is a huge problem in Halifax, as we just heard. And the solution is not to have the police hand out eviction notices to those lucky enough to live in a shelter provided by Halifax Mutual Aid. And the vital work that shelters do is also a Band-Aid solution. They're vital, but there are many people that they do not serve. The only real solution is affordable or free public housing. We need to create a system that actually allows people to escape homelessness rather than finding ways to hide people experiencing homelessness. I think we all know that mental health is a huge problem in the city, and there is little to no support for those suffering. Most people know when their mental health starts declining, and many try to get help, but the help that they need is inaccessible. The way that we address mental health right now is that we force people to wait for their mental health to get worse until a wellness check is required, and only then will they receive help. For some, this doesn't work and they never receive help. And the third approach that I'd like to highlight is decriminalizing drug use. Rather than arresting and charging people suffering from addiction, we should be using a humane strategy to help them overcome addiction. I would like to see the city move toward the 4-pillar drugs and substances strategy. The 4 pillars here are prevention, treatment, harm reduction, and enforcement. And I'd like to highlight that here enforcement does not apply to individual drug users, but rather on limiting police efforts to addressing production and distribution of illegal drugs. And each of those pillars is successive, so they have to all happen sequentially. Before I move on from this slide, I'd like to just reiterate again that the key to reducing crime is by addressing the roots of the problem, not by sending police in after the fact. Can we do the next slide now? Thank you. I will echo what Kate said earlier, that police in the city and around the country protect property before people. Last week, I read a story on Twitter of someone who called the police when someone that they had a restraining order against was sitting in their backyard. Police took over 3 hours to respond. The system is not set up to protect people, and there are concrete things that we can do to change the system. Now, before I start talking about third-party reporting, I'd like to go into a bit of a personal story. A few years ago, someone spiked my drink, and I woke up hours later and didn't contact the police. I didn't know who to contact. There was no system set up to support me. RAIN, the Rape, Abuse, and Incest National Network, estimates that only 310 out of 1,000 sexual assaults are reported to police. And the reasons for not reporting, 2% of victims believe that the police could not help them, and 13% believe that the police would not help them. HRP currently has a victim services unit, and there is a sexual assault nurse examiner program, but we need a third-party reporting program that is separate from the police and offers resources to all victims of crime, not just sexual assault victims. We need to give all victims of crime a way to report this crime without the anxiety that might accompany talking to the police. This third-party reporting should provide additional help and resources to those people who may need them. Without third-party reporting, we have no idea how effective police are because we don't have accurate crime statistics. Restorative justice means that the government takes a different role in its approach to crime. Rather than simply punishing the offender and moving on, the justice system would become an agent to encourage resolution between the victim and the offender. The focus should be on repairing the harm that occurred and preventing future harm from occurring. The 4 pillars of restorative justice are inclusion of all parties, encountering the other side, making amends for the harm, and lastly, reintegration of the parties into their communities. Nova Scotia currently has a restorative justice program, but is only used for the few cases that are referred to the program. We need to restructure the justice system so that restorative justice is the default rather than a rarity. I believe that restorative justice would greatly reduce recidivism rates compared to our current system. I'll say I'm very happy that many people talking today spoke about a need for a wellness check procedure that does not include the police. So I'll not dive too far into this point other than to say that our current phone line mental health system has serious problems, as I know people who have called in a time of crisis and no one answered the mental health support line that's supposed to operate 24/7. As for the use of weapons, HRP has stated that officers use force in less than 1% of interactions. Beyond the conversation of whether we can reduce that number, this implies 2 things. First, that the vast majority of police interactions could be handled by a service other than the police. And second, that we should reduce the number of weapons being carried by police officers. Police state that their goal is to de-escalate situations. If that is the case, then carrying a gun serves as a detriment to them because it means that all police interactions come with an implied threat of violence. Traffic enforcement, along with most of the current duties of police officers, should be performed by someone outside of the police department, but at the very least should be performed by a person who is not armed with a weapon. We can go to the last slide now. So thank you for allowing me to speak today. I would just like to finish by stating that I'm glad that this community has been formed and that the city is showing interest in the defund movement. But I'm also say that I'm scared that the government will not take the work being done by the community seriously and that it will trigger nothing more than another study to delay action. I want to stress the fact that Haligonians are being harmed by the system now and we need action now. Painting Black Lives Matter or rainbow crosswalks or lowering flags to half-mast are a method that the government uses to appease those oppressed communities without making any changes that would actually improve those people's lives. The report that this committee produces needs to be taken seriously by the city. We can't wait for more studies. We need responsible change now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Erin. Thank you so much for that presentation. As usual, I'm going to open to the committee. Julia has a question.
I just want to start by saying thank you so much for your presentation and for sharing your personal experiences in this space. It matters so much to this committee for you to share these things and for us to include them in the final report. Just in terms of your presentation, I did have a question regarding crime prevention, which I actually brought up earlier in another presentation by Catherine. In terms of crime prevention as a method to reducing crime, could you just elaborate on that? Like, give a definition for people that might not know what they think crime prevention is, just maybe police stepping in, but what actual services or what other social programs count as crime prevention in terms of your perspective?
Definitely, yeah. So I think right now, the way that the system is set up is that people rely on police presence to act as a deterrent. And that's the only real crime prevention that people think of when they think of crime prevention. They just think of the deterrence factor. But any crime that happens, there's a reason behind it. So a lot of times, people who are committing these crimes, they don't want to be committing the crime. If they were in a better situation where they didn't have to be committing the crime, then that would be better for everybody. So if we help the people who are who are vulnerable in our population, if we help those people to get into better situations, then they won't need to be committing crime. Then that is crime prevention. So any social service that helps the most vulnerable people in our society is in fact crime prevention. Like shelters is crime prevention, public housing, it's crime prevention. Helping people who are suffering from mental health issues, people who are addicted to substances, helping any of those people is crime prevention.
Perfect. I have a second part to that question. Thank you so much. That's a very comprehensive answer. I really appreciate it. On the second part of the question was your mention of third party involvement within particularly sexual assault and sexual abuse crimes. When thinking specifically about women or people who identify as LGBTQIA2S+, and their distrust of reporting these crimes, could you just speak on your perspective of how a third party would help with that distrust, with that systemic problem that exists, particularly in terms of sexual assault?
Sure, yeah. So I think any third party system of crime reporting that's set up would need to involve people from diverse communities. So that way, if people know that they can report a crime to someone who looks like them, experiences the same issues that they do, they will feel a lot more comfortable in doing so. And we can also, it's important to emphasize that even if someone thinks that, oh, there's no point in me reporting this crime because there's no way that they're going to be able to find the person who did it or anything like that. Statistics in knowing how much crime is going on and where it's happening is still extremely valuable and extremely important. So I think it's beyond, I think we need to move beyond the system of just, oh, we only report a crime if so that the police can solve it. I think we need to kind of move our society towards a system where people prevent crimes or report crime to prevent further crimes. So if you report, if the city notices that there's a spike in break-ins in a specific area, they can do something about it but right now, a lot of people won't report any crime because either they don't believe in the police's ability to help them, or they just don't want to interact with the police at all. I don't know if that answered your question.
Oh, it does. Thank you so much.
Okay.
I'm muted. I'm sorry. Harry, I believe you have a question.
Yeah, I just want to thank you again for your presentation and taking the time, especially on a Saturday, to speak to the committee, and especially to speak about your own experience. I wondered if you could say a little bit more about restorative justice. So you talked about moving away from the restorative justice as being the exception and not the rule, and the need to expand that program. But I wondered if you wanted to also speak a little bit about how those principles of restorative justice that you talked about could be otherwise integrated into services that the city offers to make them kind of, we keep hearing out today that we need to be making a shift from a punitive approach to a more preventative and holistic approach. And I just wondered if you had any insights as to how restorative justice might inform that.
Definitely, yeah. So the first pillar of restorative justice is inclusion. Sorry, there's something loud happening outside my apartment. The first pillar is inclusion of all parties. So that requires that people who are affected by anything going on in the community, like, are included in the conversation of how to right any wrongs that have happened. So I think that is essential. It's the other thing, reintegration of the parties into their communities, that is also essential. So whenever harm happens between two people or two parties, it hurts both of them. And both of them can start to feel excluded from the community. And so using a restorative justice approach would allow, it's helpful for both the offender and the offended, because they both get to have this process where they are helped in becoming a part of their community again, and they're helped after the fact. I don't know. I hope that answers your question.
Okay, thanks so much. That was a really, really insightful answer.
Thank you.
Are there any final questions for Eric? And we hope to receive any submissions that you have. And thank you so much again for your courage and sharing your personal experience as well. We know that, so we really, really appreciate you providing us with that to give us context. Thank you. So thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
On this Saturday. Thank you for giving. I do have to make a note here that I have an emergency appointment and I have to leave at this point. For people who are presenting after I leave, do not worry. I will be obviously still have access to watch the YouTube that I will catch up on and any submissions. So you are not receiving any kind of lesser attention for these presentations. And I want to make that clear. All these presentations will be viewed and considered with the same level of commitment. But since I am leaving, Tari Ajadi, who you've seen throughout the day asking questions, is going to step in to chair the rest of the meeting. So Tari, if you want to say hello and take over, I'm unfortunately leaving at this point, but we will continue with Tari as chair.
Yes, I just wanted to say thank you so much to Al for chairing today's session. So far, it's just been an incredible experience, and thanks to everyone on the committee and all of the public presenters and everyone who's watching as well. I'll be chairing the last hour-ish of today's session. And yeah, so with that being said, I'd like to have the next speaker come in. I think that's Sheila LeBlanc. I think you're in now. Hello, hi. I don't think we can hear you. You might be muted. We unfortunately still can't hear you. Still having a bit of trouble there. I don't think that's just on my end. I'm not sure.
It's not just on your end.
No.
Excuse me, Tari, do you mind if I give Shyla some instructions in terms of how to adjust her audio settings?
Absolutely, sure, no problem.
All right, so Shyla, if you go to the mic icon at the bottom left-hand screen of your screen, there's an up arrow there that will allow you to fix your audio settings.
Oh, I think are you trying to call into the session? Are you hoping to call in? I just got a phone number there.
So Shyla, if you wish, do you want to have telephone instructions directed to you? We'll have someone from our office contact you to provide those to you.
Yeah. If you talk to me,
Oh, wait, it's working. It's working.
you're through my speakerphone, so
So you can see me and you can hear me.
Yes.
This is good to go. Okay, so should I begin?
Yes, if you could begin, that would be great. You don't have a presentation to share, do you?
I don't know. I'm just going to be speaking. I was very mindful of time, so it's, I think, exactly 10 minutes.
Okay, no problem.
So
Go right ahead.
so
Sounds great.
it's
Thank
a
you.
pleasure to be here. So my name is Shyla LeBlanc, and I'm just going to read what I had, and as I said, it's around 10 minutes. So I come to you today as an individual community member, as a queer woman and a settler here in Chibouctouc. I also bring with me years of professional experience in restorative justice and in expanding restorative approaches. I've worked with youth and adults in conflict with the law, with victims of harm, with impacted community members, with people incarcerated in cages, and with police themselves. I have personally facilitated 84 circle conversations between victims and offenders, and I am here today because defunding the police is the only reasonable, respectable, and dignified way forward for our community. Policing as we know it has no place in a loving, supportive, and inclusive community. So first, it's vital to remember that the seeds that created policing are toxic. Policing is rooted in colonial violence, in enforcing the Indian Act and upholding residential schools. Policing is rooted in slavery and anti-Black racism. Policing has created the prison industrial complex. Second, we must keep our sights on what we do want to see. We want a safe world, an inclusive world, and one that affirms people and supports them. We want to feel that people are safe both in their jobs and as members of the community. The reason why this is so painful right now is because this system is not aligned with the world that we long for. We must keep our sights on the world we are creating and building and do everything we can to invest wisely into the things that will create it. Third, it is unacceptable at this point in history to ignore and silence marginalized voices calling for change. Defending the status quo or trying to in any way argue the justice system works is appalling when people, members of our shared community, have said for years that they are suffering from a system that harms them. When lived experiences and statistics are screaming that this is unjust, we can no longer look away. We must stand bravely in the discomfort of change, ask ourselves what seeds we are planting with the public money we spend, and we must take responsibility and own the mistakes that we have made. We must think about generations ahead of us and think about what our legacy is to these young people. Given my wealth of experience working with people in conflict with the law, I am acutely aware of who exactly is in contact with our justice system, and our cultural view of a bad and dangerous criminal is painfully off the mark. More than anything, I see people struggling. The vast majority of the time, people are simply trying to survive and make poor decisions that ripple outward in all kinds of unanticipated, harmful ways. People who cause harm are usually facing a bad combination of pressure points, like mental health issues, poverty, addiction, homelessness, abusive partners, cultural and language barriers, financial precariousness, unhealed trauma, discrimination, and in some, I see a lot of emotional pain. Further, when these people are given the chance to be accountable and make amends for the harm they caused, they rise to this challenge. This is reflected in the 90% success rate seen in both youth and adults participating in our restorative justice program. Given its success, it's no surprise that restorative justice is rooted in Indigenous ways of knowing and being. This is not a settler process, and one that we as settlers are lucky to use here on this stolen land. I wish restorative justice was better funded and not running on volunteers such as myself, but that's a provincial program, so I digress. I also want to remind you that being criminalized and having a criminal record is an absolute life sentence, whether you are behind bars or not. A criminal record for even basic mistakes made early in life stick with people forever. A record has an extreme impact on hiring, on secondary education, traveling, on the ability to volunteer at all, and the stigma and shame associated with it impacts people themselves in the deepest ways. No one should be judged by their worst act, and charges are too frequently laid when support was actually the cure. We need to stop criminalizing people who are unwell. The other key thing I see is that the suffering is not just for offenders and victims. I see deep suffering in the officers themselves. I've sat in circles with HRP for years. I see police who are burnt out, hypervigilant, expecting the worst, who are entirely disconnected from the communities they serve. When your arsenal to respond includes a badge, handcuffs, a baton, pepper spray, a rule book, and a jail cell, why is there confusion that police are causing harm? It's not lost on me that officers have a difficult job, and I appreciate that HRP are often dealing with people on their worst days. But I want to say simply clearly that officers are suffering too, and that they are walking daily into high crisis situations that they do not have the skills to address. They quit this type of de-escalation work. The PTSD existing in police right now is a systemic issue in and of itself, and it doesn't have to be this way. HRP wants respect and dignity, but so does the community, and respect is something precious that must be earned over time. So what do we do with this harmful mess, and how do we move forward? The greatest, most important thing we can do is realize the difference between proactive and reactive spending. As much as people argue that we do need the police, one key piece is always missing in this argument. Police arrive only and always after something bad has already taken place. What if we imagine a world where we spend money to keep people happy and healthy, to support people who are sick instead of criminalizing them? What if our spending was supported by the data? We must face the truth. Police have done nothing to stop crime. The war on drugs has failed. The reports are in and policing is racist. Even if you're sitting here today and don't care about others and aren't interested in the ethical, philosophical debates, the truth is that we are making bad financial investments. It costs, for example, $121,000 per person per year in a jail cell, but only around $30,000 a year to provide housing and mental health support. And that's a 2016 figure, so I worry about what that cost is today. Poverty is not a personal failing, it's a systemic one. Mental illness and addictions are not personal failures, they are diseases. We must be trauma-informed and recognize that harmful incidents are symptoms of root problems that haven't been addressed. Each and every one of us wants to live a good and happy and loving life. None of us wants to hurt others. When we realize that punishment never helps, we can also realize that support can heal. So first, policing itself must change, and the process to become one must have a dramatic shift. As it stands, for $10,000 and less than 10 months, you can walk out with a badge, a gun, and the ability to lay charges that forever shape the course of other people's lives. People with degrees spend years developing their professional skill set and do not have that kind of authority in society. HRP must also be held accountable for their own failures as an institution. No other institution could operate with such power, such lack of oversight, and such a concerning track record. HRP has not reliably collected and stored evidence, has treated victims of sexual violence with disrespect, and continues to discriminate against communities without implementing the Wortley recommendation. Worse, we know that police themselves have perpetrated violence, have abused their power, and have murdered people on the job, all with impunity. Even when we imagine police responding to serious crimes, they are not very effective. In 2010 in Canada, the clearance rate for theft over 5,000 and theft of motor vehicles is less than 15% of cases. For arson and breaking and entering, the clearance rate was less than 20%. Is this service meaningfully making us safer? Reactive interventions like police only come clean up messes after they happen, and they don't clean it up in a skillful way. We must demand accountability from an organization getting 15% of our taxpayers' dollars. When we look at the budgets for libraries, parks and recreation, and transit combined, those services see only 22%. We also need to focus on disarmament and demilitarization and see through police requests to invest in things made for war. We need to decrease the scope of police work in community, slowly shifting money to places and people who are trained to address crisis. So in terms of the proactive pieces, the biggest piece I see right now is decriminalization of drug use and sex work. It is insanity at this point to invest in criminalization of people who are addicted and unwell. I lost someone this March to an accidental fentanyl overdose. She died at age 36 because she didn't have a safe supply. And I miss her every day and feel the deepest pain knowing that her death was avoidable. She should be here today. Decriminalizing also means getting rid of outrageous fines for bylaw infractions, which the rich can afford, but which has huge consequences for people in poverty. Loitering, fare evasion, sleeping in public urination, public intoxication, intoxication, and solicitation are all fines that have disproportionate impact on people in poverty. We must recognize these behaviors as symptoms of deeper problems and offer the care that people need through harm reduction and trauma-informed services. Lastly, having worked closely with nonprofits across HRM, I firmly believe that there is no need to invent any wheels here. In fact, there are countless nonprofits doing incredible work today, now, that have endless potential to serve more people and better, if only they had the money. My biggest pitch to you today is to reallocate funds to these places. In particular, this includes investing in mental health support. Mobile crisis right now is run off their feet, and we need accessible long-term counseling for people to address the root causes of their struggles. We need to invest in first responders who are trained in de-escalation, harm reduction, and trauma-informed care. We need to invest in shelters, in drop-ins, in after-school programs. We need to address housing inequality by continuing the rent cap and centering housing as a basic right, not something relegated to the wealthy. We need to invest in nonprofits with regular, secured, annual funding that doesn't require lengthy and cumbersome grant applications, so they can focus solely on amazing services they already provide. And finally, we need to change our budget to allot more money to libraries, transit, and parks and recreation. These are the services that keep people connected to each other, included in the community, with opportunities to play sports, move their body, and create art. And that's all I have today. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much, Shaila, for your incredible presentation. I really appreciate your willingness to share not only your insights with us, but also your personal stories as well. And also, I'd just like to say I'm very sorry for your loss. Oh, sorry. I think Julia.
Sorry, it's a little confusing right now because the audio is coming through my phone, and I didn't want to do a feedback loop because I was about to ask a question. But if you can hear me and we're not doing anything, then like in terms of feedback, then we'll continue. Tari, if you want to repeat that because I don't think she heard.
Yes, I just wanted to say that I'm very sorry for your loss, and thank you very much for being willing to share your experiences with us today. I wanted to open up the floor for any committee members to ask any questions. That would be Julia.
All right, perfect. So I just want to echo exactly what Tari said in terms of sharing your experiences and particularly about your loss. And again, I'm so sorry for your loss, but
Me too.
In terms of you said about oversight of policing in general in HRM. I'm just wondering what you would, how you respond to the critique that there are, that the Board of Police Commissioners and there are these mechanisms. What would your response be to someone countering your point of that there is no lack of oversight?
Yeah, I mean, I think any arguments that there's adequate oversight, I think, is really denying the current reality that we are in, where there are countless voices in the community saying this isn't working and we're not seeing change. So even something basic like the Wortley report, this is something that, it's on paper. It said something that has been said for decades. And here we are years after that has come out and we haven't seen those recommendations coming in place. So while there's technically bodies that are allegedly overseeing, where is the community in that? And the thing that's really frustrating with policing is, like, as I said in my piece, it's unbelievable to imagine that this organization continues to receive public money year after year, not implementing these basic things that we've agreed publicly must change. So I think there just needs to be much better levers in terms of where the money is going. So if these things are not met, funding will not increase. And I think the other thing that's really tricky is understanding police unions and the ways that we essentially get strong arms into continuing to increase budgets year after year based on these contracts. It's a really challenging legal situation to get out of. But I think at the end of the day, it has to be the slow, steady shifting our investments elsewhere and saying no to increases in this way of doing it and minimizing the powers that police have right now to work.
Thank you.
Just wondering if any committee members have any questions, any other questions before I ask a couple? Okay. So thank you. As I mentioned again, I really appreciated your insights. I'm curious, you mentioned that you have an extensive experience with restorative justice. And I'm just wondering, you mentioned, of course, this is a provincial responsibility, but I'm wondering if you see kind of connection between your experiences of restorative justice and some of the work with the committee, thinking about defunding, and whether there's kind of an enmeshing there.
Yeah, and to be honest, I had a really, really hard time coming in under 10 minutes because this is all connected. And while we're talking about defunding, what we're really talking about is this macro systemic piece of justice and how does our justice system work? To me, restorative justice, when I'm working in restorative justice, which is often, I'm seeing essentially all of policing, all of that kind of day-to-day charges being laid ends up in that provincial system. And so I think in terms of how it's connected, it's intimately connected. We can't separate these things. I can tell you the restorative justice program, while extremely successful, is viciously underfunded. And I think there has been improvement in terms of having clear policies and procedures to mandate a referral to restorative justice. So there has been, since 2016, a shift in terms of who's eligible and who's making it to restorative justice, but that could still be expanded. And I think the thing that's really important to realize in the discussion around restorative justice is while it's helpful, while it's just unbelievably important that people have a chance to make it right, that victims have a voice, that the community can be present, the key thing with restorative justice is that it's still a reactive process. Justice has already happened, charges have been laid, people are in court, and then they go to restorative justice. So I think while investment into restorative justice does make a ton of sense, we also need to be more mindful of changing the ways that people are getting into the system at all. Anytime people are in the justice system, things are going to escalate for the worse. Nobody comes out of that system for the better. So we need to be we need to be mindful of the police power that they have to get people in that system at all.
Right.
To avoid that they end up in restorative justice. And so while I would much rather someone go through restorative justice, that's still after bad things have happened. It's still a reactive expenditure. It's still not entirely the cure. It's better than status quo traditional justice, but not everything.
Thank you. And leaving any room for other committee members to chime in, and you do have 1 more minute. So if you have any final thoughts that you wanted to share.
Yeah, I know I didn't say anything new, but it's just, this is very important to me. So I'm just grateful to have a chance to speak.
No, we're really grateful that you chose to come and speak today. And we really, what you said was really helpful and really impactful. So thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, great. Thanks so much. Good luck with the rest.
Thank you. Have a wonderful day. Our next speaker is Sakura Saunders. Is Sakura here? Yes, I believe you're here.
Hello, am I on?
Yes, you are. Hello.
Okay, great. It rejoined, and so
no problem at all. It's all good. It's all good. Thank you so much for joining us today. I really appreciate it.
Oh, thank you very much for hosting this forum. I've been with you all since 10 a.m. So, if I get a chance, maybe at the end, I'll respond to some of the things that people have said. But for the most part, I've been very impressed with all of the presentations and the wealth of knowledge and experience and perspectives that have been shared today. And I just want to start off by saying that, what I'm going to present for the primary part of my presentation is not the most urgent place where policing deserves to be rethought. It is merely the place where I have the most perspective, where I have the most direct experience. And of course, I want to ground, and I think that this process should be grounded in people's direct experiences with police, the reality of the situation on the ground. And I think that, the submissions by people earlier who work directly with criminalized populations, and of course, the voices of criminalized populations themselves, which we haven't seen as much in this engagement session, but hopefully there'll be ways of engaging those populations more with a survey and other such things, should be the voices that guide this project and be heeded first and foremost. These voices should not only guide our understanding of the harms of policing, of which there are many, but also guide the alternatives to policing. So I really like the healing responses, as the ED of Cloverdale would talk about it. I remember just from personal experience when I worked with sex workers in California, working towards decriminalization, they would often talk about the fact that they were criminalized, and of course their personal experiences with the police made it so they never wanted to access police services, even if they were threatened with harm. And I believe that this would be true for many criminalized populations, such as the homeless, drug users, sex workers. These are people who are very vulnerable to and targeted for harm. And yet, of course, these are the exact populations that would never use those services. And I also want to note that, of course, Black and Indigenous people are also criminalized populations, which seems so obscene because obviously there's nothing inherently criminal about those populations, but we can see, typically it targets the intersection of poverty with those populations. But, we've seen, First Nations chiefs be beat up by the police recently. I mean, it does kind of go outside of even those intersections of poverty with those populations because, the racism is so ingrained. But that's not for me to talk about. I'm just mentioning these things as things that I've been hearing, and also things that I have heard as a social justice activist. And being that my presentation is coming from the place where I of being a social justice activist, I'm going to focus most of my presentation on the policing of protest. Because that's where I have encountered the police mostly. But of course, as a social justice activist, I can't help but to say that, there's so many social issues such as homelessness that have such an obvious solution, homes. And I think it is fundamentally cruel of a society to invest more money in policing and jailing people who find themselves homeless rather than supporting them getting back on their feet. And I think this is the exciting potential of defunding the police, that it signals a shift in care and basically a shift towards care for marginalized populations. Okay, so back to what I want to talk about, which is the policing of protest. I want to say that in my life, I'm, going to be 42 fairly soon here, and this month or this coming month, and I have never been beat up by anyone in my life, except for a police officer, and I have been beat up, thrown around by my neck, slammed my head against the back of a police car. I have been pepper sprayed in the eyes. I have been tear gassed. I have had my arms, grabbed and thrown against walls by police. And, and so, it's as if, basically social justice activists are also, we are treated as criminalized a lot of the time, with the aggression that we face. And, I can say my voice is beginning to shake, that it has traumatized me to a certain extent, my experiences with the police and also police surveillance. But I do want to ground the examples that I give in my personal encounters with the Halifax Regional Police, which even though I've had negative interactions with police leading up to my encounters with the Halifax police, I have found that I have been still shocked by their lack of professionalism, which is a weird thing to say in the context of abuse, but really that is one thing that can be said about those experiences. So I want to say that most of my encounters with these police have been in protest situations. And I want to say two things about that. The first is that means that everyone else there with me is there fundamentally because they care about their community or they care about justice. They want to push for a change in policy or direct attention towards an abuse that is happening, and they want healing and accountability, right? So that's just to say something about the people that are being targeted. And Then I also want to say that all these experiences that I have are not just personal experiences, but they're collective experiences. So if I've seen something or I've had something happen to me, I was not the only one witnessing that. There was, 30, maybe 100, maybe 150, maybe more people also having those experiences, which I'll come back to that point later in terms of how there's a sense in which the reputation of the police formed by these experiences with police also makes it that they should not be the only option available to people to address harms that they may be facing. Because there's I think a large segment of the population that does not want to be serviced by police. They're not the first choice, if there was any other choice. So case studies in Halifax, go. So one of my first experiences shortly after moving to Halifax was the first May Day that I got to participate in Halifax. May Day is International Workers' Day, and every year there is a protest and march, a rally and march. And so it shouldn't have been unexpected that a group of maybe 100 people or less gathered. It was rainy, it was poor weather, and so we didn't have the numbers that I think usually would happen occur on this day. Of course, it was my first May Day ever in Halifax. And because of the weather, I was actually in my car because I had a young 1.5-year-old child with me. And I was just watching things as they happened. And what I saw was, people were in the streets. We were going to Bus Stop Theater to get Dee Dee's ice cream. And the police came up and literally ran out of their cars and just started pushing people to the street physically. And this was a crowd that had kids in strollers, like it was not, I was shocked. And so I ran out of my car and I happened to find somebody that was filming the incident, and it got put on, global and everything. And what happened afterwards was people were understandably upset. The police came in and they escalated the situation, and people were upset. And then they started to threaten the crowd with pepper spray. Again, this is a crowd that had children in it. And then they arrested people and for causing a disturbance. And, this is just one of the experiences I have, but it's a common occurrence of police, I feel like, baiting people into situations where they can then get arrested. And so later that same year, I participated in a demo outside of the gates of Burnside prison. And it was the very end of their prison strike, which was so popular that even some prison guards and the union that represents prison guards supported a lot of their demands. But they were for basic human rights. I mean, for basic escalation of their living conditions. Our protest was loud and visual. We had, fireworks and banners and a sound system and drums. And it was meant to be visible to the people inside the prison, but we stayed outside the gates the entire time, and we were not threatening at all. I mean, I saw the prison guards chuckle at us. I mean, it seemed like we were a joke. And I was the police liaison. So I was meant to interact with the police should they show up. And we had discussed as a group our exit strategy if the police showed up, because we didn't want to get into that with them. We just wanted to be there, show support for the prisoners. We were making hearts with our hands at the female prisoners on our way out. And the police pulled up, and it seemed as if the car didn't even stop rolling before they ran up on us. As police liaison, I was readying myself to be the first contact person that they encountered, so that I could communicate with everybody else who did not want to talk to the police and get them out of there in an orderly fashion. They released the police dog on us. They said it was an accident, but that just shows how unprofessional they were. And they completely ignored me. And then they started pepper spraying indiscriminately in the air. And the next thing I know, there's this kid on the ground, really skinny kid, that they are kicking in the stomach. And while he's on the ground, and they end up accusing him of assault police. That's the only charge that came out of that whole experience and that whole rally. And of course, it had nothing to do with us being there and what we were trying to do. And, they came and they escalated a situation that could have been easily de-escalated, charged people for things that had nothing to do with why we were there and would never have happened had they not come with, pepper spray and attack dogs and things like that. And it seemed as if they were avoiding me and did not want to talk to me first because they didn't want any excuse so that they wouldn't get their pound of flesh. I mean, it just seemed like they wanted to go in there and beat up some protesters. And, they said that they thought we were trying to get into the prison, like climbing the fences and things like that, which is just so ridiculous because, if you were trying to go into a prison, break into a prison, you wouldn't do so with banners and a sound system and a band, a marching band. Like, it's just that they would even give that as an excuse for why they had to run up on us and not engage peacefully, give no chance for that, just shows how irrational they were, or how easy they think it is that any excuse they come up with will be accepted by society and they can get away with whatever they want. The last one, just something I want to mention was, especially in the context of the current protests and things like that around, and the current revelation, which is not a revelation for anyone that participated in the Truth and Reconciliation Committee, of the graves of Indigenous children. There's an entire section on the TRC recommendations about missing children and looking for graves and things like that. But, the last one I'm going to mention is just the Wet'suwet'en protests. I remember there's a police officer that came to one of the protests and literally drove up towards the protesters, like not stopping for people, driving into the crowd. The Mi'kmaq grandmother that was there saw the police car moving towards the youth and got in front of them. And the police car went forward until it knocked into the grandmother, the Mi'kmaq grandmother. And it's just another example. What are you trying to do? Are you trying to instigate a situation where tensions are raised and then maybe you can have an excuse to arrest somebody? That is what it seems like is happening. And the fact is that protests usually self-organized, are called marshals, people to keep people safe. And the police, whenever you ask them why they're there, they always say it's to keep the protesters safe. But again and again, I have witnessed the police being the instigators of tension. Frankly, most people do not want police at their protests. They would rather take care of that themselves. But if the purpose really is to keep people safe, the protesters safe, the demonstrators safe, exercising their charter rights, then send people just to direct traffic. And that doesn't have to be police. It doesn't have to be some of the highest paid people in our society, but regardless of how much they're paid, it doesn't have to be police, because honestly, like, I feel unsafe around police. My voice trembles just talking about my experiences with them. I want to mention real quick, since we're talking about anecdotes, just this anecdote of a housewarming party I went to of a police officer, my neighbor. And I remember her partner, her police partner at the HRM, talking and saying how much respect she had for nurses, because she didn't understand how nurses could do the work that they do without having the authority to arrest people. She said, I can't imagine like them doing, I have so much respect for nurses, like if I have a problem, I just say, shut up or I'm going to arrest you, and I just can't imagine, nurses not having this power, like doing their job without having this power. And everyone else in society gets along with other people, goes through life without having the authority to shoot them or arrest them. And that this is the first thing that comes up in this officer's mind, do what I say, shut up or I'm going to arrest you, just shows the lack of care that they use when interacting with general populations. And so I think it really goes beyond the fact that they're just wearing guns. We've heard people today talk about how frontline officers should not be armed as a way of taking the temperature down on police interactions. Completely agree. They should definitely not be armed, but I want to go a step beyond that, that the mere presence of police officers is escalating, and the powers that they hold often mean that they resort to these powers first. And so it can feel very threatening to be around a police officer, and that they want to wag around their authority all the time. It doesn't make these situations and these interactions better, or doesn't de-escalate them. And so,
just to very quickly interrupt. We've got like one or two more minutes left.
Okay, sorry, I've been going on for so long. Oh my God, I didn't think it would take this long. Anyways, so I just want to say that I would favor a non-police, why isn't it that these nurses that this police officer respects so much, or people that are shelter workers, or everyone else in society that interacts with frontline populations or vulnerable populations without the authority to arrest or abuse them? And then, maybe they can call the shots and bring in police if things are out of their control. But I personally think that all frontline responders should not be police. And yeah, any questions or anything? Sorry about taking so long.
I'm just going to open up to the committee and ask if anyone's got any questions. Julia.
As I've said pretty much at the beginning of everyone, thank you so much for coming in on a Saturday and speaking and sharing your experiences, but particularly sharing experiences that could be really triggering and reliving some really traumatic experiences. So thank you for sharing those. And we really do appreciate your time and your insight. But I'm just thinking back to near the beginning of the presentation when you were talking about liaison with protesters and how police interact with protesters, and how even though that there are systems in process to actually communicate between those protesting and officers, those don't actually always work in practice. I'm just wondering if you have any thoughts on some tangible steps or channels to make that communication process better than obviously it is right now. So.
I think that the number one thing is that when they come onto a site, that's the first thing that they should ask for is the police liaison, and investigate whether these, systems are already in place. And I would say the same thing for, I used to be actually a part of Disarm the Police in Toronto, because between August 2011 and August 2013, the police had killed 14 different people, and all of them did not have guns. And what we often found is, when police were responding to any threat, that they would come and just run onto the situation and not spend the time to evacuate people or communicate with people at all. And so I would just say, when you arrive on the scene, whether it's a protest or a crime scene, do so with a level head, ask questions, make people safe as the first priority, etc.
Thank you. Any other questions from committee members? All right, seeing none, and seeing as we're running right up at the 4 p.m. Time frame, I just want to thank you so much, just as Julia did, Sakura, for coming, speaking with us today, sharing your experiences and sharing your insights. It's very much appreciated. Thank you for that.
Thank you for organizing this whole forum.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, and so I think we are now coming to our final presenter of the day, Collins Ellison, I believe. I'm just wondering if you're here. Hi, I'm just wondering if you could unmute and just give us your name and introduce yourself.
Hello?
Well, hi. Hi. Just wondering if you could introduce yourself and whether you have anything to present or anything like that.
Hello, yes. Sorry if the video is not working well here. My name is Collins Ellison. And first of all, I would like to recognize that I'm engaging you from unceded Mi'kmaq territory. And as a subject of that, I would also like to point out that as we live in a majority white Judeo-Christianic society, I would also like to point out that with the values of turning the other cheek, that does not apply to turning a blind eye to the systematic oppression and harm of racialized persons. So that, first and foremost, is what I would like to say. Having said that now, I would also like to point out that I do come from an African Nova Scotian background and have firsthand experience of being subjected to police violence and then further oppression by the criminal justice system within Nova Scotia. If I may, I've been charged, tried, and eventually forced to plead guilty to unwanted contact in which I had caused another person, or was charged to have caused another person to fear for their life and safety. Essentially, at this time period, I've been suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder after having witnessed that same person attempt suicide in front of me. And as well, I had basically been seeking refuge from inadequate housing conditions as I've been living in an environment wrought with drug abuse, pest issues, and gaseous fumes. And so now I'm in the process of seeking mental health treatment, which unfortunately was not available within the Nova Scotian provincial justice system, or the jails rather. And as well, I'm in the process of bringing forth a complaint to the Residential Tenancy Board in terms of the hazardous living conditions, which had definitely caused me significant harm. Apologies, I still haven't quite gotten the video feed here correct, so I apologize for that.
No problems at all.
I must say that within all of my interactions with police, never had I sought to assess my own personal safety or well-being. And I do believe that I would never have been criminalized had I been receiving the support that I would have needed through safe and affordable housing, a fair and equitable income, and as well as appropriate mental health supports. And having said that as well, this is why I feel that the police movement, which seeks to reallocate funding to each of those specified areas, including housing, income, and mental health support, I feel that all of these issues are especially important and deeply personal to me. So again, I would like to thank the members of this committee and the organizers of this public speaking engagement. So thank you. If I may, the main thing I would like to talk about today would be the lack of mental health supports within the provincial jail systems, mainly the Central Nova Scotia Correctional Facility, also known as the Burnside Jail. Although beforehand, I would like to establish why I believe that the police, as well as the criminal justice system, often fail to achieve their valid penal purpose, which is more often than not to seek the protection of safety of the public. As I understand, Section 7 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms guarantees that any person charged with an offense has the right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty according to the law in a fair and public hearing and by a fair and impartial tribunal. As well, any person has the right not to be found guilty on account of any act or omission unless at the time of the act or omission it constituted an offense under Canadian or international law or was criminal according to the general principles of law recognized by the community of nations. Furthermore, in that case of Section 11 of the Canadian Charter, there is a case of R versus Gopes, 1991. That's R.V.GOLTZ in parentheses 1991. It was found that in this case, determining whether the punishment is grossly disproportionate to the offense the court should consider whether the punishment is necessary to achieve a valid penal purpose, or whether there are valid alternatives to the punishment, and whether other punishments for the same crime within the same jurisdiction reveal a great disproportion. The point of that being with R versus Goltz is whether or not the valid penal purpose can be achieved through a less punitive measure. Since the valid penal purpose in most often in the cases again are to protect the public and to prevent further crime, I would suggest that the valid penal purpose can often be achieved through restorative justice practices, which unfortunately are not utilized by police as often as they should be. More often than not, I think that the valid penal purpose can be achieved by providing low-income persons with mental health issues and difficulties with the appropriate supports, again, being housing, income, and mental health support. In my own personal case, I would say that the judge and the justice system at large had no interest in achieving the valid penal purpose, whereas a person who had been in fear of me claimed not to recall specific events in which they had attempted suicide. I related to the judge that I felt that this person's fears of psychological suffering could have been alleviated had the judge, the justice system, the prosecutor, or the police given this person a Halifax Regional Police Incident Report, which had shown that they had indeed attempted suicide and that I had indeed taken actions to help this person or take care of this person through those means, from which they were going through mental health difficulties. I believe that's important, as with regards to my specific case, the person, from my understanding, continues to live in psychological fear, which is unnecessary. And again, the judge may have alleviated that by applying Section 11 of the Canadian Charter.
Mr. Ellison, sorry, just to very quickly interrupt you. Please feel free to continue sharing. If you wouldn't mind not speaking about individual cases from that perspective, because of course we don't want to reveal any identifying information for anyone in any circumstance, if that's okay with you.
Yes, absolutely. And of course, I was just going to brief on that point that often is the case, the justice system and the judges are not entirely taking the opportunities to achieve a valid penal purpose, which in my mind may have been achieved better in my case without resulting in my incarceration and my criminalization.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah, problem. Well, leading into the area of concern that I mainly wanted to talk about today, and that having to do with mental health treatment within the Central Nova Scotia Correctional Facility, also known as the Burnside Correctional Facility. I would say that they are definitely in depriving persons of their charter rights, specifically there with Section 7 of the Canadian Charter of Rights of Freedoms, which guarantees that everyone has the right to life, liberty, and security of the person, and the right not to be deprived thereof, except in accordance with the principles of fundamental justice. And I would note the case of Chaulli versus Quebec. Excuse me if that pronunciation isn't correct, but that's CHAULLI .v.QUEBEC and in parentheses 2005. The protections for which 7th section of the Canadian Charter of Rights provides may be engaged by the lack of timely healthcare. Where the lack of timely healthcare, can result in death, the Section 7 protection of life is engaged. Where the lack of healthcare can result in serious psychological and physical suffering, it is Section 7 protection of security of the person that is triggered. Now, it is important for me to note that the case of Chaulli, as it were, versus Quebec only applies to Quebec, as the case ended in a 3-3 draw from votes by judges of that particular Supreme Court. Section 7 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, having to do primarily with access to timely healthcare, should apply to all inmates within provincial correctional facilities. In my experience, where it suffered incarceration periods between 2020 and up until most recently, May 11th of 2021, I can verify that the mental health supports within the Burnside Jail, or CNSCF, the Central Nova Scotia Correctional Facility, are woefully inadequate. The only mental health professional available within Burnside is incapable or unwilling to provide psychotherapy to inmates. I will refer to this doctor furthermore as Dr. K, who is the only available psychiatrist within this jail. I had attempted to bring forth complaints with regards to Dr. K's practices to the College of Physicians and Surgeons of Nova Scotia. Although this doctor is highly connected with that college body, as well he's highly connected with the College of Physicians and Surgeons of Canada. And as such, there is no real avenue to file official complaints about Dr. K's practices, as the governing body that overviews his practices obviously would have a conflict of interest with this doctor. I mean to say that Dr. K, the only available mental health support within Burnside, is depriving patients of care and has been immensely harmful to many persons incarcerated. And as such, many persons are leaving incarceration periods with worse or deteriorating mental health. I'm not entirely certain of whether you might have any questions as to clarify his practices, but if you may, I would suggest now may be a good time to engage in some of those practices.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. While I'm not sure that we can ask clarifying questions about that particular person's practices, because again, of the kind of specific nature of the cases, there's certainly opportunity to discuss some of the themes that you've mentioned within the context of your presentation. So what I want to do is open up to the committee and see if anyone has any initial questions. Hi, Julia.
Hi, I wanted to echo what we've been saying, which is thank you so much for your presentation and for expressing your experiences and telling your story, particularly in this context. We really appreciate your input. In just terms of a question that I have in relation to kind of the themes that you were connecting throughout your presentation as a whole, was someone that is facing any number of challenges, whether those be mental health struggles or housing inequities or precarity or lower socioeconomic disparities. Is there any services that exist right now or could potentially exist that could help someone in one of these positions, or many, or overlapping positions of these challenges, help navigate these systems and help to better serve them in terms of the justice system as it exists right now?
Well, yes, as I understand, there are high rates of I guess, recidivism for inmates because they don't receive the necessary supports once they're released from incarceration. For instance, housing opportunities are never something that any probation officer or case management officer within the corrections department will help with. So many inmates are released and then released into a homeless situation. At the moment, I'm currently working with the John Howard Society of Nova Scotia, who is, I suppose, working with the provincial government to provide temporary accommodations to inmates. But in my estimation, it should be the responsibility of the corrections department to provide such housing opportunities to inmates once they are released. As I believe other speakers had mentioned, there are vast amounts of government monies put into incarcerating persons and housing them in provincial jails. In terms of reallocating funds and defunding the police, I would include that defunding these types of systems and replacing these housing costs to put persons in jail could be reallocated to organizations such as the John Howard Society, such as the Elizabeth Fry Society, whom I know also helps individuals once they are released from incarceration. Again, the main point being there is that homelessness and certainly mental health play a large factor into persons becoming incarcerated, and certainly within terms of high rates of recidivism. So I believe that it should be the responsibility of governments to provide housing opportunities to inmates upon release. So I hope that answers your question.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Are there any other questions from other members of the committee?
Yes, I have a question. My first question of the day. Thank you for taking your time, as everybody has said, Collins, to come and share with us your experiences here on a Saturday at that. The themes that you had spoke about, we saw come up throughout the day, and you speak a lot about the mental health supports inside of the prison and the ones that weren't available to you. And I'm just wondering if you could speak a little bit about the mental health supports that you tried to access or maybe weren't available to you before you even got to that place of being in Burnside, and maybe where some of those programs may have helped you before you even got to that stage.
Yes. Certainly I can say that I was not receiving appropriate mental health supports before being incarcerated. At the points where I had been incarcerated, I was being followed possibly once a month by a psychologist provided by Correctional Services Canada, as I had still been on basically parole at this time. And so just before being, detained into custody in a parole violation, I had gone through a significant mental health crisis in and around the time of November of 2019, where I had witnessed someone attempt suicide in front of me. So that was greatly affecting my mental health. And during the next few months, I did not have the opportunity really to speak to mental health support, even though I had attempted to receive help. Unfortunately, there are very long waiting times and waiting periods to receive a psychiatrist or mental health appointment within Nova Scotia. And as I had gone through basically a few incarceration periods between January of 2020 and May of 2020, I did not have the opportunity to really meet and engage in an effective manner with the mental health support. And so at this time period, after almost a year and a half of witnessing this person attempt suicide, I still haven't been able to really speak with a mental health professional who is willing to engage and provide psychotherapy. If I may, while in Burnside, Dr. K, as I've at first mentioned, was unwilling to provide psychotherapy or talk therapy, as it were. And I must say, to another point that really validates my experience, there's no specific mention of psychotherapy within the shared service agreement that is between the Department of Justice, the Department of Health, and the Nova Scotia or Central Nova Scotia Correctional Facility. I speak to that point as I believe I've mentioned to this committee before. There are a specific budget allocated to offender healthcare within the correctional facility there at Burnside. That is made serviceable through a shared service agreement that was signed on the 28th of June, 2005. Again, that was between Her Majesty the Queen in right of the province of Nova Scotia, as represented by the Department of Justice, Correctional Services Division, i.e. Burnside, and by the Department of Health, by the Provincial Minister for Health, and through what had been at that time the Capital District Health Authority, which is now the Nova Scotia Health Authority. I bring this up as to say this shared service agreement is specifically important as it's designed to provide the allocated budget for provincial or annual provincial healthcare for inmates. Under section, excuse me here, I'm just going through the shared service agreement again. Under section 9.3 of this shared service agreement, it specified that the health authority, through agreement with the corrections department and with the Department of Health, must have an annual budget that is approved by the Minister of Health, who is an agent of the Crown. So it is specifically the provincial government, as I understand, which approves the budget for inmates, for mental health services to inmates, for dental health services to inmates, and so on and so forth. And looking at some of the services which are in agreement to be provided, there is a mention of the following services under section 12, 1.1, which is of health services to the Central Nova Scotia Correctional Facility, or the Burnside, as it were.
Collins, very quickly, just we're running up to time.
Oh, sorry.
You
Yeah,
wouldn't
apologies.
mind- please finish your thought, but just we've got
Yeah.
about 30 seconds to a minute before we've got to wrap
Yeah,
up.
absolutely, absolutely. So I was only going to specify that in that section 12 of this shared service agreement, there's no mention of psychotherapy being provided, although there are services such as dentistry, nursing, physician services, psychiatric, and pharmacy. I feel it's important and that there should be more accountability within this budget and the specifics of this shared service agreement so that psychotherapy is provided to inmates. As I know myself, there are many inmates struggling within the correction system who do not have available supports to speak to, and as such, they become more deprived within their mental health and mental well-being. And I feel just in terms of preventative measures, there should be better resources allocated to inmates, if that is sensible. I believe it is.
Thank you very much for your time. Thank you, Angie, for asking a question. Thanks so much for coming on a Saturday and telling your personal stories. We really appreciate your time. And yes, thanks again.
Thank you.
And just to wrap up here, I just want to thank all of the members of the committee who've been able to be here today. I'd like to thank our HRM staff who stayed the entire day supporting this initiative. I'd like to thank the captioners and just everyone involved in this initiative. We really appreciate your insights, your feedback. As mentioned, if you would like to contribute to our broad public engagement, there's still an opportunity to do so. You can send a written, audio or visual submission to the defundhrm@gmail.com email account. You can also still access our survey, and that will be ongoing until the end of the month. So you've got about 11 days to contribute. We look forward to reading and incorporating your responses into our broad report. Thanks again, and I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day and the rest of your week.